I'm just explaining why Dad's Gone Live is going to Texas. We are en route to Texas right now. So as everybody gets all up in here, I'll explain why. There is, first off, while this is for the people replaying it, there is major flooding with large loss of life. There's over 40 people that has unfortunately been found deceased. Over 20 people are still missing. We are driving 19 hours to cover one of the most tragic event of this year, from my understanding. Especially in Texas. This is the worst event in Texas that I know of in recent history. This is once in a lifetime flooding, and it's very tragic, very horrible. Nothing good is coming out of it at all. So we are en route to Kerrville, Texas. Kerr County, Texas has major flooding right now. There is a rain expected through tonight into tomorrow. 43, Michelle, you're right. Michelle LaSorsa, how you doing? Much love, girl. She's under her husband's account, Frank LaSorsa. We are driving 1,410 miles to Kerrville, Texas to document the flooding. This is a mass casualty event. Let me share this out on the main Dad's Gone Live YouTube channel. And I don't expect, 1,000 viewers on here. I don't expect 500 viewers. I just expect my friends. Yes, I do have my Starlink, Jose. Yes, I do, my friend. Let's make sure this is shared out on the other YouTube channel, Dad's Gone Behind the Scenes, or on the main channel, Dad's Gone Live. There we go. Just shared it out to the main Dad's Gone Live. Yes, thank you so much for your prayers, Darla. I appreciate that. I don't know. I have not talked to Diver Juan. I don't know if he plans on going to Texas or not. If he wants to, that'd be awesome. But that is 20 hours away, so I don't know if he's interested in that. I know that's right up his alley. That's what he does. Is he helps find lost souls. Our prayers are with Texas. Pray for Texas, obviously. If anybody wants to help out with fuel, guys, I do have to say this: we are viewer funded, and it would be amazing if somebody wants to help out with fuel. I expect to spend upwards of $800 on fuel alone, because I am taking my diesel. And let me explain the reason why I'm taking my diesel. It's simple. My truck's 4-wheel drive. My little car is not. So if I'm going to go somewhere where there's possible flooding, I'd rather spend the extra money and make sure we're safe than sorry. I don't want to go to a spot where I might need 4-wheel drive, or I might get stuck, if that makes any sense. So let's put that on mute. I don't expect anything from anybody. It's just if you guys decide to help, you guys do. If not, hey, no biggie. Let me log into my other account. I am bringing the Starlink. So, Starlink will be up and running. Let me see, hold on. There we go. So, what's up, Flo? Jody? Jose? I don't know, Jose. I'm not against driving the whole way. It all depends on how sleepy I get on the way. What's up, Brenda? What's up, Flo? What's up, Rosie? So, I'm probably going to be playing some music. You guys okay with listening to music? Hop in the chat, give me some feedback. Hold my beer, lives close. He said get a hold of him. Okay, we'll do. Taz, how you doing? Lisa Folk. What's up, Tammy? Joyce, hello, Joyce. What's up, Joyce? Guys, so FYI, we are headed to Texas. It's a 20-hour drive, basically. Yesterday was crazy. Yes, heavy equipment is arriving. Everybody out there is basically driving trucks. You don't want to be in a situation with no truck out there. I am, like I said, I myself, I'm driving my diesel truck. You know what, actually, I'm going to pull over real quick, guys. I'm going to pull over, I'm going to unlock my hubs, because we are driving like 1,400 miles. So we had pretty much, I expect to drive over 3,000 miles round trip, because I'm going to drive around out there. So I'm going to pull over right here, and I'm going to disconnect my locking hubs to get a little bit better gas mileage. We'll see if that makes any difference on the way. When I drove to Utah last year, I left them locked. So let me, I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to get out of the truck real quick. Jeremy Reed said, check you out. Absolutely, Taz. Thank you so much. Jeremy Reed is a really good friend of mine. All right, cool. Oh yeah, absolutely. I posted on YouTube and Facebook, and the majority voted yes. So we listen to our viewers on this channel. Absolutely. So what do you guys think? Kathy, what's up, Kathy? Hold on, guys. We're gonna buffer real quick as I connect to Starlink. Let's see. We may or may not. I don't know. That's gone live. We under Dad's Gone Behind the Scenes. 2 hours from Kerrville. Oh wow, my cousin actually lives in San Antonio, and I was talking to him about it, and it does not sound very good. He's actually an hour south of San Antonio right now for work on a drilling rig. Okay, there we go. What's up, Julie? What's up, Georgiana? Yes, the death toll has been climbing tremendously. I'm taking Ruger with me. He's right here. He's a happy doggy. Say what's up, Ruger. Yes, the devastation is horrible. Horrible, horrible. Yes, it's horrific. Terrible, terrible, terrible situation. But if we're gonna, I don't know, guys. It's horrible. I want to go check out. I want to go see what's going on. This is what we're here for. We're not here to show everybody's bad day. Sonia, I am on YouTube. I'm under Dad's Gone Behind the Scenes, Sonia. Dad's Gone Behind the Scenes. Guys, can we post the link for Dad's Gone Behind the Scenes on Facebook under the DGL? We are, I'll show you guys, pretty far. Yeah, I agree. That's horrible, especially for like, yes, Ruger's got, he actually has a cup of water right here, guys. His water cup's right there. And it's actually cold water, freshly out of the ice chest. So I got a blanket down there for him to cuddle on. I got my ice chest down there with food. I got my jackets in case it rains. I got life jackets. I got a rope. I got an inflatable floaty. How far is it? It is 1,384 miles left. Thank you, Barbara. I appreciate the kind words. Right, Penguinator? Guys, I do have to say this because we are viewer funded. I do expect to spend upwards of $800 in fuel because I am driving a diesel. Diesel prices are not cheap. It is my choice to drive a gas hog versus a gas-saving car out there because I don't want to be in a situation. I have a first aid kit. Yes, I do. It's in the back. I don't want to be in a situation where I need four-wheel drive and I don't have it. I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. However, if anybody wants to help out with fuel for the fuel bill, even if you guys want to help out with as little as $5, anything helps. I'm basically taking the extra money I made from YouTube last month, and I have it. Hopefully, I don't have to tear into all of it, but I'm going on a budget, a very tight budget. I don't want to make money off this. If I could just break even, I'd be happy. So if anybody wants to help out with fuel, more than greatly appreciated. If not, don't even worry about it. We're going to Texas regardless of your donations. It just would help out. Yes, Andrea, I am en route to Texas right now. Oh, wow. Travis County also got hit. Oh, man, that's horrible. Prayers for Texas, guys. Everybody, pray for Texas. God bless Texas. Prayers for Texas. Everything's bigger in Texas, especially people's hearts. The heart out there is huge. People have big hearts, and it's a lot of good people. Real good people. Me and Ashley, me and my wife, we actually used to live in Texas. We used to live a little bit further north. We lived in a small city called Midland, which is oil field. Yeah, I'll try not to lose Ruger. I'll try my best not to lose him, guys. But yeah, we are en route right now. I got the truck ready. I went through the truck, kind of did a little bit of work to it to get it ready on the road. Not much. I just swapped out fuel filters. Oh, wow. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, Andrea. I am so sorry. Andrea, I am so sorry. We are 1,381 miles. So, well, Andrea, to be honest with you, I wish I was going to cover a flood that had absolutely no loss of life. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Oh my God, that's fucking horrible. I'm sorry for cussing, but that's horrible. I can't even imagine. Like, I got 3 kids. Me and my wife, we have 3 kids together. And I can't even imagine if one of them went missing. Especially while they're at like a summer camp, a Christian summer camp. That is the last place you would imagine, you would ever think about this happening, guys. So, got $95 in fuel. Thank you, guys. Are we buffering or no? Hop in the chat. Let me know. Are we still buffering? I'll explain everything. Here. I'll put it to where you guys want to see me. You guys can see my face. You guys want to see my face? I have clothes and stuff. I even have high visibility shirts that I'll be wearing out there because obviously the situation. I do have my own gear just in case something does happen. I get in a situation where I'm stuck and we have to get in the water. The only thing I do not have is a life jacket for my dog, which I don't even know if they make them for him. But anyways, not now, but we were buffering. Okay, so 2 things. First off, why am I not on Dad's Gone Live? This is a behind the scenes channel. I created this channel right here, Dad's Gone Behind the Scene on YouTube. I created this channel to have the live drives like this. Okay, so if we're gonna be driving somewhere that's not action-packed, like doing a trip, this is my road trip channel. This is where I sit and do the unboxings. I haven't done it lately because we did move recently. But yeah, this is what this channel's for. It's for road trips and the behind the scenes chats. So we're gonna do that on this channel. Anyways, what I was saying, I had 2 donations. One from, I'm gonna check my phone, don't get mad at me, people. One from Thomas for $20 towards fuel, thank you so much. And then also Joyce F. Thank you so much, Joyce, on Facebook. She sent $75. So that's $95 towards fuel. So thank you guys so much. We could? Okay, Kathy, that'd be cool. But anyways, hopefully I don't put Ruger in a spot where he needs to get in the water. Hopefully I don't get in a spot where I have to get in the water. I just want to be out of the way of first responders. My goal is to be out of the way of first responders. If I can lend a helping hand, I'll lend a helping hand where I can. Oh, my phone just went off. What is this? Oh, Jody, Texas Fuel. Thank you so much, Jody. She came through with $10 towards fuel. So that's $105. Thank you guys so much. Much love. Anyways, so my goal is not to get in the way. I am not a first responder. So those of you guys saying, why don't you go help? I'm not going to help. I am not trained for it. And they have specifically asked the public to leave it to the professionals to help with recovery efforts. Okay? If I'm in a situation and I can lend a helping hand, I will. But I am not going to play hero. What's up, Alex? I'm buff. I ain't buff, bro. I haven't been going to the gym lately. But anyways, shout out to my boy Califield Lives. He's going to be live in Bakersfield hopefully tonight. So right there, Califield Lives. On my screen, his chat's right here. Go check out Califield Lives. If you guys want to watch a Bakersfield live stream tonight, he will be in Bakersfield. He does stream similar content. He's a good friend of mine. What's up, Eric? Much love, brother. Anyways, so I just want to explain. I'm not going to be a rescue person. I'm just going to be a guy with a camera. I'm going to drive around, get out, and I'm going to show you guys the devastation. I'm going to show you guys the stuff that the mainstream media is not showing you. And if for whatever reason we can help somebody out, we will. But I highly doubt that we're going to be in a situation where we need to rescue somebody. Now, when it comes to donations, would I like some donations for the fuel? Yes. I'm driving a diesel truck, and I did the math at 15 miles. I'm pretty sure I'll get a little bit better. I'm pretty sure it's going to be about $800 in fuel. Round trip. I'm going to sleep in the truck. I got my blanket right here. I got my pillow. We're going to camp in the truck. Not the first time I've done it. It'll be fine. So if you guys want to help out with fuel, the only donations I'll accept is fuel or food. That's it. What's up, Sharon? How you doing? Yeah, I made this channel a long time ago. Eric has a Instagram. You guys can post it up. Eric, if you want, post up the Instagram. If you guys want to donate to the victims of the flood that we're going to go cover, okay, we're going to show you guys the aftermath. So if you guys donate to me, you're just paying for my fuel. If you guys want to help out with the victims of the flood that we're going to go cover, if you want to help out with the victims and you want to donate to the victims, we will have a link for you guys that will take you to the official cash donation link. You can donate to the city of Kerrville directly. Do not send me donations to help them out. Don't send it to me. If you send me donations, it's only for fuel. If you send donations for anything else, I'll send it back. So if you guys want to help out with donations for the flood victims, Kerrville, the city of Kerrville, from my understanding, has a direct link to accept donations for them. Go to City of Kerrville's Facebook page for funding to help them out. I'm just a live streamer. I got my camera equipment. I'm just gonna go shoot footage. Okay, I'm gonna live stream it. You guys are running through my Starlink right now, which as we go through the grapevine, we might get a little buffering in the Starlink, and that's okay. Hope you're doing well. I've been watching Dad's Gone Live for a while now. Glad I came across this one. Thank you for all you do. Absolutely. Thank you so much for watching, Shannon. I appreciate your love and support. Thank you. Or Sharon, I'm sorry. I said Shannon. Oh my gosh. The R looked like an N on the screen. Thank you so much. So we are 1,370 miles away. I have a fuel cell in the back of my truck. I just topped that off. So I think that'll get us there or close to there. I have 70 gallons of fuel in the truck right now. Tiny Bane says, hello, Califield Lives. Guys, Alex is my homie. He's a good friend of mine. Really good friend, actually. Good dude. Absolutely. With anybody else, too. Our thoughts and prayers are with the victims. So, thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Joyce. And thank you, Jody. Thomas donated $20. Jody donated $10. And Joyce donated $75. And for $105 towards fuel. So thank you guys so much. Yes, absolutely, Samantha. Thank you. If you guys want to do me a favor, spam my chat with the praying hands. We are in California right now, going up the Grapevine, and we are en route to Kerrville, Texas. And I'll say this a million times. God bless Texas. I used to go there as a little kid a couple times throughout the summers with my mom and my stepdad. My uncle my uncle lives out there. I haven't seen him since I was a little kid. But yeah, my stepdad's family is from out there. I wish I can bring more than just a camera, guys. You know, but I'm just a media guy. So all I have is a press pass and cameras. I'm not a rescuer. I don't work for FEMA or, you know, one of these big companies that's going to help out with the survivors to rebuild the devastation. I wish I could, but I'm just going to go show you guys what's going on out there. Thank you, James. I appreciate that, my friend. Yes, we are headed up Grapevine right now, Jason. Yes, sir. $1,367 miles. Why it's called the Golden State. Golden Hills, guys. Golden Hills. It's all dead grass. They don't tell you that the Golden State is golden because it's all dead grass. But yeah, it's golden because it's dead grass. Yes, to help those affected and the first responders, go to the city of Kerrville on Facebook and they have the link where you guys can help them out directly. That would be awesome. Eric, I'm gonna try to. If I get tired, I'm gonna go to sleep. But I'm gonna attempt to. I'll drive as far as I can, and then I'll take a nap, or maybe I'll go all the way. It just depends. I'm not gonna try to push myself too much. The media is not covering the full extent of the floods. I agree. I do agree with that. The media is only covering the major spots just to get the views. So we're gonna show you whatever we can. If I go up and down the entire state of Texas, I go up and down the entire state of Texas. As long as I don't run out of fuel, I'm happy. Oh my God. The director of the camp, this is from Joyce, unconfirmed, is how come there was no warning? Was there not any warning signs that were in place? I don't know. I just don't know. I'm not educated on it. I just know that there's flooding. I don't know why there was no warning. Yeah, tomorrow would be a nightmare. B, my friend, I am going up the Grapevine right now. We are, here, let me show you guys. We got a lot of people in here. See, I heard that the storm chasers were me. My July was amazing. We had a great time. should go away. Okay, beautiful. So the Guadalupe is a huge river, and with the river rising that fast, there's no preparing. Absolutely, Ashley. Absolutely, we are. Okay. So the Guadalupe River is actually a very large river, and there is no preparing for it. Twisted! $5 super chat. I heard it was sudden. There was nothing on the radar, only showers. And it happened so quickly, there's no chance to evacuate. Wow. Damn. Okay. That's horrible. Yeah, see, like, I'm not educated on the area. I used to live in Midland, so I don't know that area. I really don't. I don't know that area. But I do know Texas, and I know people in Texas, and I know that they have a really big heart, and that those people out there have a really big drive, and I know that those people are going to be nonstop searching for the missing to help bring peace to those families if they are deceased. Absolutely. Absolutely, Ashley, thanks. I appreciate that. I appreciate the kind words. Much love to the best cake lady. Whoa, Kelly Hartwicks came through with $40. So that's $145 you guys donated towards gas. So thank you so much, Kelly Hartwick. $145 towards fuel so far. Thank you guys so much. I did the math. I budgeted Absolutely, Steiny. I don't want $11,000. Absolutely, I don't want $11,000. Not me. But we do. I just want fuel. That's it. I don't. Oh wow, that's one of the biggest rivers, and so many are caught off guard. It's terrible how of all weekends it hit this weekend and so quickly. Okay, that is one of the biggest rivers, the Guadalupe. Yep, I was watching Agenda Free earlier. He's actually the reason why I'm going. Oh, Gary. No, sir, I am not in Texas right now, but I am on my way. I'll be there tomorrow afternoon. Jasmine, how you doing? I am headed to Texas to cover the devastating flooding. And my truck is very loud. And I don't like that. Yes, I'm taking Ruger with me. Peter, I've had a lot of people comment on my YouTube channel saying if you go, help with recovery efforts. Okay, look, if I get into a situation where I can help, you guys already know I will help. I go to car accidents, and a lot of times when I get there before law enforcement does, I get out and I offer help. Okay? But I am media, I am a journalist, and I am not a rescuer. If the situation arises, I will gladly help out when I can and where I can. However, officially they have asked people not to get involved with rescue efforts because they don't want you to put yourself in harm's way too. With that being said, if I see someone that needs help and they ask me for help or I can help out, I will definitely help out. That's what any normal human being would do. But I am not a rescue. I'm not a rescuer. I'm not trained in rescuing. So I'm just an ugly guy with a camera. If that makes sense. Absolutely. Here, I'll show you guys the guy behind the camera. It's my ugly ass. So I am en route to, I'm also wearing a Prey Protector shirt, but I am en route to Kerrville, Texas. Kerrville, Texas. Kerr County in Texas, Kerr, Kerr County, needs your prayers. Okay? They have had the most devastating flooding. Overnight, the morning of the 4th of July, the river rose, I think, 29 feet or something like that, almost 30 feet within an hour without warning on the Guadalupe River. There was a girls' church camp, a female church camp for little girls, for children. And a lot of people at that camp got swept away. From my understanding, in that area, from these flooding, there is approximately 43 people that have been declared deceased. There is 23 people, last I heard, that are still missing. This is what I am reading from official news releases. I'm not a rescuer. I do have my high visibility clothes I'm bringing just in case. Whoa, mama, have a safe trip and God bless you all and those families. $50 super chat. Thank you. That's really nice and generous. Thank you so much. I'm just going to document this for journalism. Show you guys what's going on. This is like my job. It's what I do for a living. I show what's going on around the country. Usually in my backyard in Bakersfield, California. But just sometimes we drive, across country to go see what's going on. And this time we're gonna drive to Kerrville, Texas. I have my blanket and my pillows in the back. I got my dog in my passenger seat. Let's see if he comes over and says hi. Ruger. Come on. What's up, Justice? How you doing, man? Good seeing you, bro. Oh, he's drinking water. Come on. Come on. Come on, Wooker boy. He's right here. This is my little best friend. Haven't seen you in a while, Justice. How you been doing, man? Good seeing you, bro. Hop in the chats more often, bro. I am speeding. I'd rather get there sooner than later. Anyways, we're 18 hours away. 18. Hey, Lenny came through with $10 towards gas. So that's $155 in cash donations plus a couple super chats. Fuck, 300 people watching. Oh, I might have to see if you're blocked or something, man. I'll see if, shoot me an email, Justice. Shoot me an email, dadsgonelive@gmail.com, and ask me to check to see if you're still blocked or whatever. I can also have my wife check when she gets home tonight. Ruger is my 4th child. Actually, he's my 1st child. He's my oldest. But let's I'm probably gonna listen to Agenda Free TV on the way out there. Oh, he's not live. Damn it. What time did you? I left about an hour ago, Joyce. This is the last minute. Yeah, no problem, Justice. Good seeing you, bro. Gotta drive faster and leave social media alone. I mean, I'm driving fast enough. As fast as I feel comfortable going without getting a ticket. If I drive fast, I'm just gonna eat up my fuel mileage. See if we can find a live stream. Texas flood. Nobody's live on it. Not a single. I don't see a single live stream out there. Wow. Okay. Hey, Erwin, $10 towards fuel. That's $165 in cash that we have towards fuel. Thank you so much, Erwin. That was generous. Thank you. That's $165 that we have towards fuel, guys. Thank you so much. Let me see. gotta play this. I'm gonna listen to a news thing, guys.
Situation in his state.
Whoa!
Let's listen in.
Hold on. Lisa R. $25 for gas or food. Thank you so much, Lisa R. That's $190 towards fuel. Thank you so much. It's 1,410 miles from Bakersfield, and we're 1,348 miles left.
Connection is unstable. We may need to move away from this, but for now, let's listen into the governor. Let's hear the latest from Central Texas.
I got a news page playing right now. Jasmine, I brought sandwiches, but I'll probably get fast food on the way.
Some things to share. First,
Oh, that's loud.
I've observed in this community over the past 24 hours is what I call quintessential Texas. When Texans face a challenge, we come together. We unite. That's exactly what's happened over the past 24, 40 hours in this community. Nothing more than extraordinary devastation, and the worst thing that happened in this community fell apart. They could have fallen apart.
Oh, yes, Sandra. 2 nights ago, actually, I think, right? Not last night, but the night before. I believe so. Yes. If it was towards the, I remember saying your name. I put it toward, yes, $10. We love you, Jacob, on Thursday. Thank you so much, Sandra.
The next couple of days, information changing rapidly. We've got a few notes here. We continue to have hundreds of first responders on the ground, water, in this search and rescue process. We have a lot of people here. We got a lot of help.
Guys, don't worry about talking crap to the trolls. Okay? My channel is blown up. You guys, the viewers, those of you guys that watch me, you guys know what I'm about. So the haters, the shit talkers, they're always going to come in. Okay? No good deed goes unpunished. Okay? So with success comes hate. So I'm going to say this. Ignore the trolls. We'll get them banned. Don't worry about it. I'm not even going to respond. I've heard it all. I'm so numb to all the trolls and all the shit talking. I've even had people that pretended to be my friend turn against me as the channel grew. People talk crap. We still, guys, look at this. Look at this. I have $390 set aside for the homeless when I get back in Bakersfield. And I talked to my taco guy. When I get back in town, we are doing a taco day. I'm going to go buy a bunch of drinks, ice, and my taco guy is going to make some really good carne asada tacos, and he's going to give me a discount. We're going to support a small business, and we're going to go hand out food to the homeless. So you guys already know what we're about. You guys saw how I handled Eagle Pass, Texas. Okay? If my live stream is that bad, don't watch it. If you don't like what I do, don't watch. For people that really hate me, they sure as hell watch my live stream a lot. Yes, I'll be there tomorrow, Sherry. It's a long drive. I don't really care about making money off this. If I just break even and get my fuel paid for, I'm happy. So, yeah, don't worry about the trolls, guys. The trolls are gonna troll no matter what. So, yeah, if I go out there, thank you, Fernando. If I go out there, thank you, Jody, for the kind words. If I go out there and I do anything out of this, I guess what I would like to do is, I guess I would like to raise money and for the people out there. So I would like to direct you guys, the only donations I want myself is for fuel or food, and that's it. Anything else, I want you guys to go to the Kerrville, the official Kerrville's Facebook page for Kerr County. Look up Kerrville, Texas on Facebook, and they have their own donation links. And I would like you to go over there, even if it's a $1, even if you guys donate with $1, I would like you to go there on behalf of Dad's Gone Live and donate $1 to the Kerrville, even if it's just $1. Anything will help out with them. Trust me, they can use it, guys. The only thing I need is fuel. If you guys want to help out with fuel, hell, let's go. If you don't want to help out, hey, you know what? I'm going regardless. If I don't have to come out of pocket on this, that'd be amazing. If I do, whatever. This is what I do. This is my job. So don't worry about the trolls. Forget the trolls. Don't feed the trolls. Let me go back and get back to playing this news article. Oh, my other phone's buffering because it doesn't have internet. It's not hooked up to the Wi-Fi.
And primary clear, so aerial and ground, of about 100-meter distance on either side of the Guadalupe River from 1 mile north of Camp Mystic up through Hunt and Ingram. So we talked about that briefly this morning. Excuse me.
Yeah, I repeat myself a lot. I'm a dumbass. I'm sorry, Ladybug.
Each side, they are continuing operations on that. We are also working on operations within the city of Kerrville as well. Again, along the riverbanks, as you know, since the waters have receded. So. We are working on, again, we talked about downtime. We are working on locations for first responders to make sure that they do have, you know, their adequate downtime and their rest. We're constantly going through kind of shift management cycles to make sure that our first responders and our crews and teams are taken care of. Public works, so water is looking good. We've identified some leaks. We've been able to shut those leaks down or isolate those leaks. We will be likely operating off of well water, probably for the next foreseeable, about 4 weeks is what we're projecting. So we're not going to be pulling surface water for about 4 weeks. With these type of events, there's a lot of debris, there's a lot of chemicals, a lot of gasoline, a lot of other contaminants that are in there. We are working with TCEQ.
So basically, what they're saying is instead of pulling water from the river for drinking water and getting it filtered and stuff like that, they're only going to be using well water. So the water system is going to be strained a little bit. Also, they're saying that with mass flooding like this, you got a lot of chemical leaks. You know, gas stations may have had gas leaks. Tractors may have leaked diesel. Cars may have leaked oil and gas. So you have a possibility of a bunch of chemical leaks. And also, they're having to use the public water works to get their water from water wells, which is underground, instead of using surface water for drinking water. So let's go back to playing this right here.
Other partners in there to make sure that we get these issues addressed as quickly as possible. We get a lot of information for people who are wanting help. Excuse me. A lot of people who are wanting information to help.
Okay, Denise, $10 super chat for coffee and a pup cup later. Safe travels. Thank you so much, Denise. That was very generous of you. Much love and thank you. River, get up.
Best thing you can do, especially right in your small local area, don't go out into major areas. Public Works mentioned just, hey, pick up a little bit of debris in your trash cans or your trash bags. You know, keep it local, but stay out of the major areas. You know, everything is still, you know, very, very dangerous, very hazardous conditions. Let me pull up our K-Pub.
So they're saying if you want to help out, just help out by picking up a little bit of debris here and there and putting it in like the trash cans and stuff like that. But try to stay out of the really busy areas. So if you're not a first responder, kind of try to stay out of the area, guys. Let the first responders do their job. But if you want to help out, you can definitely help out by helping help clean up a little bit of debris here and there. I'm going to be stopping and going on this. I'm going to be covering doing this drive and showing you guys news articles and stuff under the Fair Use Act. So I'm going to be stopping and talking about what they're talking about. Yeah, no, I'm going to document it, surely. I'm not a first responder, and I'm not a rescuer. I'm a journalist. So, absolutely, Faye, I agree. It's horrible. Made me sad when I learned about it.
Quality report. Of course, it went away. So KPUB still has approximately 600 customers that are without power. The largest remaining outage customers are west of Ingram, south of 39, along South Fork of Hunt. KPUB issued a mutual aid request on July 4th. 50 personnel and utilities and contractors from across Texas are coming in to support operations and restoration. Hunt or South Fork sustained extensive storm-related damage, including approximately 40 downed power poles with widespread tree and flood debris, heavily damaged infrastructure. Restoration of these remaining areas will be lengthy and complex, and customers should prepare for multi-day outages. Customers outside of these...
So if you are in the area and your power is out, or if you do live anywhere near the area in Kerrville, Texas, where the flooding is happening, be ready for like long power outages. He says multi-day outages, be ready for it. At this time, there's at least 600 customers without power, but that can go up and down as time moves on. So
remaining areas still experiencing outage should report it to KPUB by calling KPUB's outage line at 855-959-2496. But power has been restored to most of the other customers. Like I said, about 600 are still...
we are 18 hours out, 1,334 miles. 1,334 miles. We are en route to Kerrville, Texas to cover the catastrophe. Devastating flooding has taken place in Kerrville, Texas. 43 have been declared deceased, 23 are still missing.
A lot of the county is also on Aqua Texas or private wells. We try to get information on that, but we don't have a lot of information as far as private wells are concerned or the status of Aqua Texas. But a big bulk of what we had within coming through the Guadalupe is within the city limits, which is on the city limit, or city water supply. Aqua Texas and some of those other public water systems are typically outside of what we're thinking is the damage area, but we have not had any reports from Aqua Texas on outages. And with that, we will take a couple questions.
The recovery and for some of the, we're hearing some recovery of bodies in Louise Hayes Park. And the other part of that question is how many red tag buildings are now along the river that the Kerrville Fire Department has issued?
Yeah, so when you talk about red tag, you're talking about like condemned buildings. Obviously out here the damage is extensive. Right now we're really focused on life safety. We are focused on search and rescue. Search and rescue is the priority. So we're not really red tagging buildings. Now we do have structural teams come out. They will mark stuff. You'll see spray paint. A lot of that is to identify where we've at least primary searched.
Andrea, I am playing a news clip. This is an interview with one of the local officials in Kerrville, Texas. So this is an interview with a Kerrville, Texas official talking about the situation at hand. This was released 4 hours ago. This interview was conducted about 4 hours ago, and it's just keeping you guys updated while we're driving. So yeah, you're right, Denise. So I will always try to make sure that my main tank is full. I have 2 tanks in my truck. I have a bed, an auxiliary tank in the bed, and I have a tank under the truck for a total of 70 or 80 gallons. Either 70 or 80 gallons, so we should be good. Kerrville, actually my cousin lives in San Antonio, and he said that Kerrville is 2 hours northwest of him. So my cousin lives in San Antonio, and he said that Kerrville is about 2 hours away from him.
But we are not going into the structural side of things unless it poses a risk to first responders. Our primary focus is on search and rescue of every single person involved, and we'll continue through the night to make sure that happens. Yes, real quick, we are finding bodies and stuff. We knew today was going to be that day. So our numbers are going to constantly be changing. We are constantly working on identification and working with our local partners to ensure that we bring in all the resources so we can make sure that we can fight those folks.
Also, we've FYI guys, we've had about $190 in fuel donations. I'm expecting to spend approximately $800 for the trip there and back. So if anybody wants to help out, I guess my goal was to see if we can reach $800 by the end of the trip. I'm not expecting to spend any money on a hotel. I will be staying in my truck. Let me turn this on selfie mode. We are going to stay live. We're going to cover this situation regardless of donations. The only reason why you'd want to help out is just to help not go out of pocket, because we're coming out of pocket on this. I've had, when it comes to donations, I've had $190 in cash donations plus a couple super chats. Sorry guys, I'm trying to get over. And I am driving 1,410 miles total. We're about 1,328 miles away from our location. We're 18 hours out. I'm going to repeat myself a lot as people come in and out. I am not a first responder. I am not a rescuer. I am a journalist. Hence the press pass. I do have a press pass, and I do work for a media agency. So, I guess I'm going for work. I do have a life jacket in case I get into a situation. I don't expect myself to get into a situation. My goal is to stay away from the water, out of the water, but close enough that I can show you guys the devastation. Yes, Ruger's in the passenger seat right now. Yes, Ruger is definitely going with me. I also have $390 that was raised the other day. That is for tacos in Bakersfield, California. That money will not be touched. That money is going to be for tacos for the homeless. Tacos and drinks. We're going to give them a plate of tacos with like rice and beans on it. And then obviously a cold soda or Gatorade or whatever they feel like drinking. So, Ruger's good. He's right in the passenger seat. Let's see. Ruger. Come here. He's also got his cup of water right here. See, watch. You don't want it. He's been drinking for a while. He's got his cup of water. He's got a bag of dog food. And I do plan on sleeping in my truck. I got my blanket, my pillows. Oh, I forgot toothbrush. That's one thing I forgot. I did. I have my scanner right here. It's under the center console. I do have a scanner in the truck. Yeah. I guess that's about it, really. Mod chat. Sure, let me put it on forward-facing mode so they don't see me on my phone. Because I do have to check my phone to read mod chat. I'm sorry.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott stepping up to the microphone, giving us an update on this catastrophic situation in his state. Let's listen in. If the connection is unstable, we may need to move away from this, but for now, let's listen.
The beginning of this crisis started, since the weather event did start, and even before it came, we were alerted. We did have Coast Guard assets here that were helping to rescue people. We're thankful for the airframe that showed up and those coasties that were here walking alongside our DPS and the emergency responders that were here, the Texas assets that were deployed already, and that coordination was seamless, and I appreciate them for putting that request in right
Jen
away.
W.
We also had our VORTAC team.
Yeah, I can mod Jen W. Hop in the chat. Say hello. So I can mod you real quick. Jen W. There we go. There we go. Jen W. is also a mod now. I'm pretty sure I modded Jen Darby. Look at traffic stop. We have a fire up ahead, possibly on the side of the freeway.
State of Texas
gonna drive past the fire
You're not alone. That you have
because
the
there's
entire
flashing
Secretary's
lights
hearts
and there's
are
smoke.
with you and are walking alongside you. And at the department, we will continue to bring more resources. We just, at the request of a previous conversation less than an hour ago, in visiting with him and with the governor, requested more fixed-wing aircraft from Coast Guard to come and help us, making sure that we're going out and locating individuals as fast as possible that we know are still missing, and that we also will send more airframe as far as helicopters that have the ability to come in, and some will be equipped, and the fixed wings with thermals so they can continue to work all night long. Some of the assets that other agencies may offer don't have that kind of equipment, but the Coast Guard does have.
Oh, Jennifer, I don't have that on this channel. I don't have Streamlabs. So if anybody wants to help out with fuel, we got $190 so far donated towards fuel. So, oh, Terry puts us at $200. Please, there's 10 in any way that you need it. Sending prayers to Texas and also you. Please be careful. You are such a real person. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Oh, wow. Joyce sent another $100. So that puts us at $300 towards fuel. What the hell, Joyce? That's huge. So Joyce just came through with another $100. So that's $175 she sent. So we're at $300 towards fuel, guys. Thank you so much. Wow.
I know we have 1,800 people that are still without power.
Oh, 1,800 people are without power. 1,800 people allegedly are without power. And there's also an issue with water.
That is an assessment that we'll continue to work with you on to make sure that you recover as quickly as possible. So, again, thank you all for being strong and being an example.
Oh shit, the fire's up ahead on the left.
Someone told me a long time ago, over 30 years ago, to never get angry on behalf of yourself, get angry on behalf of the other people. To always go out and get up every day and go work for other people and help them. And so I know many of you that are out there responding and helping your neighbors had losses too. You're hurting because you're grieving somebody that may have been lost. We were created to serve people. God created us to serve each other. And now is a wonderful time to go find somebody you can help.
Amen to that.
Somebody that you can take care of and get them through this process. And
wow.
that will make us stronger. And
thank you so much, Joyce. Guys, hop in the chat on the Facebook side and tell Joyce thank you so much. Thank you, Joyce. I appreciate that. What you're doing is being very generous too, so thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the assets and resources you and the Trump administration are providing. One thing that Secretary Noem mentioned was...
I don't know who else is missing. I don't myself. I'm sorry.
Rescues are being made, and what has happened over the past 36 hours is really amazing.
Oh, wow.
When you look at what...
Northbound is at a standstill over the Grapevine. Northbound is at a standstill.
Agencies as well as our federal partners. In 36 hours, they have rescued or recovered more than 850 people. Some clinging to trees to save their lives. Others in a precarious situation. It's just...
How many people do they say?
Heroism, the way that we've seen our first responders rescue so many people. And now I would like to turn things over to the precarious situation. Rescued or recovered more than 850 people.
Rescued or recovered more than 850 people, guys.
To save their lives. Others in a precarious situation. It's just sheer heroism, the way that we've seen our first responders rescue so many people. And now I would like to turn things over to Senator John Ford.
I'm on the Grapevine.
Thanks to President Trump and Secretary Noem for responding so quickly to Governor Abbott's request for a federal disaster declaration. And particularly, Madam Secretary, thank you for being here in person. It's really important and I think sends a very important message. Unfortunately, I've been to a number of disasters over the years across the state of Texas as the governor, and none of these get any easier. But I have to tell you, I remain incredibly impressed with Governor Abbott's leadership and the incredible work that the Texas Department of Emergency Management under the leadership of Nim Kidd do. They are literally the best in the nation. And what Secretary Noem said about other states not responding as well is true. It's something we should be very proud of and grateful for, particularly at a time like this. And then
got your message. I'll check it later. Absolutely.
Who have been
Thank you,
doing
Sherry.
work on the ground, not waiting for the federal government to show
Thank you so
up.
much, Sherry. I appreciate the generosity. I'll reply to that. Sherry, if you're watching right now, I will reply to that later.
Together, we are praying for those who
Thanks, in my opinion.
and are grieving. We are celebrating with those who have been reacquainted with and rejoined with their family members. And you know, a few years ago, the governor will remember this, up in West Texas after a terrible disaster. A county commissioner there said something to me that I think is appropriate at a time like this. He said, being from Texas is not just about where you're from, it's who your family is. And so when things like this happen, we come together as a family, as Texans, in a way that I'm very proud of. But it's very important because this is who our family is, and we owe it to them. And I take the governor at his word that...
All right, I'm going to say this about the camps being there. The water was at 500 acre-feet a second, okay? Or cubic feet a second, I'm sorry. 500 cubic feet per second. When the flood happened, it went to 150,000 cubic feet per second. This was unexpected. Unexpected, guys. The camp has been there since the 1930s. So, I wanted to throw blame on them for having a camp. There's plenty of camps all over the United States of America that are next to rivers. But the problem was there was no warning. How long is the drive? I'm 18 hours away. 1,317 miles. I'll show you. Thank you, Faye. I appreciate the kind words. I appreciate that.
The ones that, you know, kick on the anniversary of different shows, a bunch of different shows over the last decade. It hits home. It really does. It hits personally for those of us for whom this is our community, our home. My family lives in Hays County, but we spend a lot of time in Kerr. And I can't say enough about the local leadership and what they've been doing in the face of this disaster. Your city manager has done an extraordinary job. Your sheriff has done an extraordinary job. I could go down the list of everybody and I'll leave somebody out. But I can't say enough about what they've done. And then I can't say enough about the governor and about NIM and about the leadership that has come from the state and from DPS and from TDM to get this done and to do what we're in the process of still doing to react to this unfortunate circumstance. It's been professional and it's been extremely well done. And I have to say, the secretary yesterday, I reached out to her office. I think it might be 15 minutes later that I got a call from the secretary, immediately responding to requests. I've talked to NIM about the need for Army Corps support and some other stuff. Immediately talked to the secretary about it. The collaboration, the teamwork, local, state, and federal. I cannot overstate the extent to which everybody set aside turfs or any of those kinds of things to deliver for the people of Texas. Now, we're far from having finished the job. We're all here knowing that we still have work to do. We're still prayerful. We're still hopeful. Obviously, there's a lot here that we're dealing with, but I'm deeply appreciative for that coordination. And the last point that I'll just make is, you know, and I've said this a little bit earlier this morning, there's going to be a lot of finger pointing and a lot of second guessing and Monday morning quarterbacking. And I just wanted to pick up on what I think the governor said about 850 something individuals that.
All right, guys. Yeah, so I'm on the 210 East. I'm going to take that to the I-10, and we're going to take the I-10 all the way out. A lot of you guys are asking how far away is it? It's pretty far. 1,314 more miles. We are en route right now to Kerrville, Texas, and my goal is just to document what's going on and share with you guys, share with the world, the devastation. Now, hold on, I'm trying to reset something on my car. Anyways, so if anything, I want you guys to pray for the the victims. Pray for everybody in Texas, because there is more rain on the way. It's going to be raining all the way through today and tomorrow. Lots of wet weather in the forecast for the next 24 hours. And you guys already know, on top of a saturated ground, that only makes it worse. The one good thing about this is it's not mountain terrain, so they're not. I don't think there's any chance of landslides, from my understanding. But unfortunately, there is a catastrophic flooding at this time. Catastrophic flooding. 25 feet. I was told 29 feet, but I guess it's 25 feet in 1 hour's time. The river rose 25 feet in 1 hour. From Brazil. Hey, prayers from Brazil, I hope. Thanks for watching. Yeah, 25 feet in 1 hour. What's the longest I have driven? The furthest I drove was on the live stream was to Eagle Pass, Texas. And I pulled over and took a nap because I was pretty tired. I appreciate the kind words, South Texas. Thanks for the kind words, brother. I would say the media is not looky-loos. And if you have a problem with me, then you have a problem with the news, because I work for the news. Appreciate that. I do have a press pass. Thank you. I do work for a legitimate news agency, and they are also aware that I'm coming out here, and they're all on board with it. So I work for a news agency, and I also am a live streamer. So I do two things. I'm a stringer, which is someone that works for a news agency and sells the news, and I also have a YouTube channel, so I appreciate it. Miss you too, Gary. Much love, brother. And on top of that, I'm going to go visit my family. I got family in San Antonio. So I'm going to go over to my cousin's house and check out what he's got going on with life. Thanks, Jennifer Darby. Let's get back to the news.
Removed quickly in this circumstance, and in a once-in-a-century flood where you get 12, 14 inches, where you get a 26 to 30 foot increase in water in the course of an hour and a half at 4 to 6 o'clock in the morning on a holiday. And that's what we're dealing with in these circumstances, and where those camps are. There's a lot of people saying why and how, and I understand that. And I understand why parents would be asking those questions, and all of the media. But where we are right now in terms of what we've done to be able to protect people, move them, get them out of the camps, and the heroic efforts of people that worked in those camps, directors of the camps, people who own...
Hey, I appreciate that, South Texas. I'm not paying $8 for gas. I'm paying $5 for...
And I'm so proud of the work that everyone's done to do that. And now we just got to finish the job and be with the people. And importantly, pray for the families who have lost their loved ones. Thank you.
Now, Carr County Judge Kelly.
Our properties were devastated, and I barely got home yesterday. I started my morning ushering in a crew with a skid steer, 2 dump trailers, 3 trucks, 9 men to start trying to rebuild.
Yes, Carrie, I am taking the I-10 out there. Yes. Yes, I am.
What went down the river. I then had the opportunity to come here, where I was asked to go over to the funeral home. I had issues over there. I am a 50-year lawyer and a mediator and arbitrator, and we had some issues that needed attention. And I got to see firsthand many of the body bags, and it breaks my heart. And coming back from that, we had a opportunity to go on a helicopter ride with the senator and the mayor and inspect the devastation. We flew all the way up the South Fork, all the way to Criders. And you can see what's happened. And it's going to be a long time before we're ever going to be able to clean it up, much less rebuild it. But there's nothing on the other side of Criders. It's just hill country. And we didn't know. We know we get rains. We know the river rises. But nobody saw this coming. And what I really have to report to you is it was a godsend to be able to get out of the helicopter, walk back into this building.
Well, first responders, those men and women on the streets live here, they work here, their families are here, yet they got in the truck and they got in the car and they got in the ambulance and they went out and they did everything they could to save their neighbors. You also have volunteers all over this county that do the job for free, that were out there working to save lives, many times putting their own lives and their property at risk. Our state partners have been phenomenal, nothing short. Madam Secretary, your federal team has been nothing short of remarkable and impressive. I'm grateful for that. Every time I've
For sure, Gary. Shoot me a call, man.
reached out to you or your staff or Acting Administrator Richardson or the Acting Regional Administrator, I don't think the phone has rang twice before you've answered. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for being here with us.
Hold on, guys. Let me take this call. Yo. Oh, damn it. Gary, what's up? Okay. What the fuck? Okay. A shower? Yeah. For sure, I appreciate it. Absolutely, man. I appreciate it, bro. So, how you been? What do you mean? Yeah. Oh, shit. You doing good or what? Oh, hell yeah. Alright. Well, hey, I'm going to put the phone back on so I can use the GPS. So, no, I appreciate it. I filled up both my tanks on my truck, so I'm hoping I can get all the way to Texas before I have to fill up again. For sure, I appreciate it, man. That's awesome. Hey, do you get a discount on diesel? How much you get? Okay, I'll use your number. Hell yeah. Alright. I appreciate it, bro. I'll catch you later. Hey, start hopping in the chat more often. I miss your ass. For sure. I'll probably stay alive as long as I can on the way out there. I got Starlink hooked up. I buffer every once in a while, but other than that, it's been pretty good. Alright, I'll catch you later, bro. Hearing from you. I appreciate it. Alright, man. Alright. So I don't know what's going on with people. They kind of feel like disaster's going on and somebody from the media is going to be like in the middle of the rescue efforts and is going to block the roads so first responders can't get there. That's absolutely not the situation. Do you guys go to CNN and Fox News and MSNBC and all these other companies and these news agencies, and do you guys tell them, hey, stop reporting on this? I'm just asking. If you don't like it, don't watch, okay? There's no need for the judgment. Respectfully, there's no need for the judgment. If you don't want to see what's going on somewhere, it's simple as don't watch. But I'm not trying to deal with people spamming the chat. Oh, they said, looky-loo, stay out. I understand that. I'm only going to places that my press pass allows me into. If they say, hey, we don't want any press or media in this area, no problem. Okay? This is called news. I'm going to show you something, okay? I put it on my neck so I don't lose it. But look, I work for a news agency, okay? I record footage. I record footage for news outlets. If you guys don't like it, don't watch the news, because that's how they get their footage, from people like me. Okay? There's 2 other guys with my company that were trying to go out here, and they can't make it happen. So I'm going out here. That's it. I work for a news agency. It is what it is. There's not, Katie, I'm going to tell you this, Katie. There's not hundreds and upon hundreds of cameras that have credentials that are out there. Okay? So, if you want to go complain, do me a favor, go complain on someone else's channel. I'm not trying to live stream to have complaints. Okay? I don't hate you guys. I love you guys. But that's not why I'm doing this. I'm not doing this to be a looky-loo. I literally work for a news outlet or for a news agency. I'm currently on the 210, headed eastbound. I'm on the 210. So, anyways, we're gonna go back and listen to this press release.
Life safety continues to be our #1 priority.
And prayers for Texas, guys.
We will start cleanup and property damage assessments as soon as possible. Our teams from
Thank you, Denise.
the State Emergency Operations Center, since before we started operating, they're exactly what we need them to be doing, exactly what we need them to be doing. Our border patrol partners have been here, the U.S. Coast Guard.
There we go.
Acting Administrator Richardson and Regional Administrator Stoller have been great partners to us. We continue to work forward. And if I may, I'd just like to run across a few more of the numbers. 1,000.
Thanks for the reminder. I grew up, like, when I started driving, I couldn't afford really nice cars. And when I started working, I couldn't afford really nice cars. So most of my vehicles in the past did not have cruise control.
Governor, our team stands ready to assist this community.
Thank you very much. One last thing, and that is, there is a word that's been the most common word that's been spoken over the past 36 hours, and that is the word prayer. That's been
I'm going
repeated
to
by the
pause it
people
right
who
here.
are watching this.
Okay. A word that has been repeated consistently over the last 30-something hours. Guys, thanks, Chase. I appreciate that. Thanks for the kind words. I have friends and family in San Antonio. I have multiple of you guys that are watching right now. I'm actually using Starlink right now. I do have Starlink. Oh, what's up, Army Vet? What's up, Army Vet? You don't have a blue wrench? What the hell? Hell no. You had to evacuate, Texas woman? So, we're just going for pure journalism. We are journalists. That's what we do. We show what's going on. Army Vet loaned me the wrench, says Robin. I love it. So let me see. Let me see if we've had any donations. I don't want to miss anything. Somebody said, "Why ask if you're already going?" I said, because I wasn't already going.
As we speak right now, it's repeated often on social media, through phone calls, through texts, and those prayers are answered in so many ways. Answered by
that child who was being swept down the river and happened to find a tree to cling on and was able to continue with uncommon strength to be able to remain clinging to that tree until a helicopter was able to descend upon her and lift her out of that harrowing situation. It could have been the reason why water stopped rising into a home or a cabin or something that would have caused an entire building to float away. It could be the reason why there have been so many people have been located wherever they were down the river basin. It could be something that prevented somebody from getting into the water to begin with. All we know is that prayer does work. Your prayers have made a difference. We ask for continued prayers as we continue our efforts to...
Thanks for the kind words, Mad Dogs. Mad Dog. Guys, do me a favor. Hop in the chat right now. Spam the chat with praying hands. Pray for Texas, guys. Pray for Texas. Just pray for Texas. Gary, basically, when they check a press pass, they're not checking to see if, like, the United States government signed off on it. What they're checking for is that you work for an actual company. They want to know that you work for a media outlet. They don't want to see, like, oh, I have a cell phone and I'm just recording, so I call myself the press. They want to see that you work for a news outlet, a news agency. And that's why I decided to get on with KNN. Aaron, $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Safe travels, Jacob. Thank you for the kind words and the super chat. Much love, much love. So when I say I have a press pass, I have a press pass saying that I actually work for a news agency. I will, if I get tired, I'll definitely pull over and take a nap. And I do, actually. I have paychecks. I get pay stubs from them. I really do. I work for Key News Network. It's a real outlet. So I'm not just, I didn't just print it out. They can actually contact that company and they'll verify who I am. Do I agree with how press passes work nowadays? No. I think you should get issued through a government agency, an actual news outlet or media agency, and that's, I do. And if I'm live streaming, it's around my neck because I'm on Absolutely, Stormy, thank you so much. $20 super chat says, thanks, Jacob, for being a great streamer and being kind to your subscribers. Number one, thank you so much. I appreciate the kind words. Much love, much love.
For the families who've lost a loved one, who are going through challenging times that they never imagined on the 3rd of July that something like this would happen.
They did emphasize that they will consider every person still alive until that person is located, that the search and rescue efforts are going to go on 24/7, and that we're holding out hope. You know, they're not going to give up until they find every single person.
And, you know, they did want to mention the missing number 27 comes out of Camp Mystic. As far as the rest of the missing population, they just don't know. They say so many visitors were in the area of Kerrville, Ingram, Hunt for the July 4th holiday that they just...
Okay, guys, are we still buffering or no? I turned off the Starlink because I was going through a lot of tunnels and stuff, and it's got to realign with the satellites. So are we still buffering? I did turn off the Starlink because we were going through a lot of tunnels, and it's got to reconnect the satellites. Once it loses connection, the initial connection's kind of slow, so.
Not put a number outside of the missing at Camp Mystic. Those numbers are constantly changing. Leaders were expecting that to happen today. And many camps, they say, are accounting for their own people. So for those who still have missing...
Yes, I have Ruger with me, guys. Yes, I do.
You can either call or email this call center, 830-258-1111. Again, that call center number, 830-258-1111. Or if you have a cell service that's really acting up right now, you can try and email floodrecovery@co.kerr.tx.us if you can provide their last known location and any identifying information.
Yeah, they also talked about the search efforts underway right now. Saying that they were focusing on 1 mile north of Camp Mystic up through Hunt and Ingram, and also really along the...
All right. Yep, you're going to be banned, Joanna. I literally asked you like 20 times to simmer the fuck down, and you don't know how. So bye-bye, Joanna. Catch you later.
Do not go out to the city, to the...
You can go watch another live stream and comment over there. Everyone say bye-bye, Joanna Wallace, because she's too judgmental. Catch you later, Judgment.
Still very hazardous, dangerous, a lot of treacherous conditions all around. So they really want everybody to stay safe and try to stay at home if you can. They did talk about, obviously, the widespread damage throughout Hunt, Ingram, Kerrville. Power outages are affecting a lot of people, saying that customers prepare for multi-day outages right now, especially in the Hunt area. They talked about 40 down.
Respectfully, she was warned like a long time ago. I don't hate her. Oh, that's messed up, like, bro. We're not doing that, bro. Like, this isn't a time for joking. Let's not joke about that.
Power poles and widespread damage. So a lot of people are going to be without electricity for a while. Water is being impacted as well. Also, they talked about property damage, not necessarily in this press conference.
Be nice to her. I was just saying goodbye. She wanted to voice her opinion. I'll voice my opinion and say goodbye.
In a safe location, go ahead and begin the application process, because later on they're going to be getting that from everyone else at once. So this is going to give them the time to, you know, catch up. And finally, if you are looking for ways to donate, Kerrville Mayor said that they have set up a direct fund to the city of Kerrville. You can find that on Kerrville's Facebook page.
Okay, look up Kerrville's Facebook page if you guys like to donate to the town of Kerrville. They have a donation thing set up. I do not know anything about Red Cross. But I do hope that some stuff gets going forward to help people rebuild. As soon as waters go down, maybe they can kind of help clean up, help rebuild and stuff, and help those that are going to be financially screwed over this. Oh, there's a Kerr County Flood Relief. Thank you so much for that house in it. He just posted their link. Thank you so much, house in it. Appreciate that, James. Not Joanna Banana. Not her. No. Not her.
Learned earlier today, Houston Texans are contributing $500,000 to provide support and resources. So the best way that you can help, a lot of people have been asking, what can I do, is to make a donation to the Kerrville's Facebook page on that donation fund. A lot of prayers are needed at this point, and then there are also other places like Salvation Army, Red Cross that you can donate to.
So thank y'all again. 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. tomorrow for y'all. We're doing the best we can to get you as much information as fast as we can. As I tell you today, and I expect tomorrow and the next couple of days, information's changing rapidly and quickly.
Yes, Faye. If you'd like to help out with fuel, I do have PayPal. You can click on the link tree. If you would like to help out with fuel, I do take PayPal, and you can click it, find it on the link tree.
Got a few notes here. We continue.
Marie says check PayPal. What? $25 to help with food for you and Ruger. Thank you so much, Marie. And Michelle, oh fuck. Michelle M came through with 200. What the hell? And then Sherry came through with 20. So wait, hold on. That's 520, 545. We got $555 total in donations. Thank you so much, Michelle M. That's a big, generous donation. Marie came through with 25 to help with food for me and Ruger. Kelly Jones came through with 30. And Sherry came through with 20 for a total of $525. That's going to put a huge dent in the cost of this. Thank you guys so much. Thank you so much, Kelly. Thank you everyone that has donated. No, Katie. Look, this is my chat. I don't want my chat spammed with a whole bunch of negative Nancy's. So go to another chat and complain over there, not over here, please. Thank you. On my end, YouTube takes 33%, not complaining about it, and I get taxed on it. PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo if you do friends and family. My tax lady can work some magic with that, and they don't really take much. So, and I can access the money from PayPal immediately. But I'm not complaining either way. If you guys want to help out, hey, it's greatly appreciated. not required. We're going to go cover this story regardless. Thank you guys for the super chats, donations, and stuff like that. Yeah, you guys put a huge... My suggestion is, if you guys want to donate towards the victims, donate directly to Kerrville. Look up Kerrville, Texas on Facebook, the official Facebook page. They have their donation links set up. You can donate directly to the city of Kerrville, Texas, or the town of Kerrville, Texas. It's a small town. I've actually been through there. It's been a long time, but I have been through there years and years ago. Stay in your lane, brother. If you want to donate to me, it's only going to go towards food or fuel. Don't send me donations for Kerrville, Texas. If you want to donate to Kerrville, Texas, donate directly to them. That way I'm not the middleman and there's no handling of their money. It can go directly to them. Moderators, if you want to post a link for Kerrville, Texas, direct donations, that'd be amazing. Viewers, thank you guys so much. And by the way, I've been counting every dollar you guys sent. I'm estimating I'm going to spend like $800 in fuel. And because I am driving my truck, I'm taking a four-wheel drive out there. And we're going to go document what's going on in Texas. Obviously, we're going to try to do our best to stay out of the way. Thanks, Jane. It is a very beautiful sunset. That is true, James. I also. Oh, the donation. Just look them up on Facebook or Google, Kerrville, Texas donation fund or donation links. Donate to go on Google and look up donate to Kerrville, Texas relief fund. Don't send me. I don't want to send to me. You're right, Gary. Everyone that's donated is absolutely awesome. Along with all the viewers, we've had like 3 or 4 people be very negative out of like everyone that's watching right now. And yeah, I mean, I do appreciate you guys. Like 99.9% of you are very positive, happy people, and you know the few people that are negative Nancy's, like, hey, that's on you. But yeah, there, Jennifer Darby just posted a link again. Oh, is she complaining that I'm not media again? Ah! Hey, yeah, Katie, I actually work for a media outlet. Just because I live stream doesn't mean I don't work for a media outlet. I literally work for Key News Network. I work for KNN. Look them up. Key News Network. I legitimately work for a news agency. But it's not for argument. Like, it's not up for discussion. Like, that is what it is. So I'll just water the garden, because I really do work for a news agency. That's why I have a press pass with their logo on it and their information. Yes, I do both. I'm a streamer and I work for a media agency. I do both. Yes. Well, I wouldn't really say that, James. Thanks, Daryl. To the other Daryl on Facebook, we are headed to Texas, and we're going to go cover the catastrophic flooding. We're on a very long road trip, and right now, I'm getting 22 miles a gallon in my truck. According to the thing, 22. Oh, you're good, Kelly. Oh, wait, did I actually finally make you a mod? That's awesome. Thanks, Kelly. I wish you could have too, Gary. That would have been awesome, bro. Yeah, I have a tuner on it. My truck is tuned, and it's straight piped. So it's a stick shift 7.3 diesel. We'll see how accurate that is. Oh, hey, make sure you guys go follow Key News Network. You're right, Jody, it is. It's very good. Yes, gas would be best to be donated through PayPal. PayPal, Cash App, or Venmo. PayPal's the best. Now, he's not media. He doesn't work for a news outlet. Let's see if he drinks. Come on, drink your water. Come on. Drink your water, Ruger. All of a sudden, I got a cup of water. You don't want it. Yes, I do have my Starlink with me, guys. Yes, I do. Burger always wants some love. And I want some food. I'm hungry.
boys and how they had handled everything, and the counselors and the leaders, and but everybody looked pretty traumatized. They had been up since 1, with only a little bit that had been brought in by a helicopter. So it was a pretty long, rough day for them yesterday.
You got to think, if the emotional toll that all of this would have on them, they're probably not setting in just yet. Probably should be doing.
I will, Gary. I will. When I get some food, I will.
Something that we look forward to.
What's up, big worm?
Hearing how this turned out. It's not taking toll.
This was supposed to be a core memory. This was kids 8 to 17 enjoying time with their peers, and supposed to have a time out in the wilderness next to an idyllic river, spending time with their friends, disconnected right from technology. So much of that wrapped up in the school time, and now they're...
Yes, this is my second channel. My main channel is Dad's Gone Live. Guys, can you post a link for my main channel, Dad's Gone Live, so those that might be coming in for the first time can go check out our main YouTube channel.
He's the assistant fire chief, been here for 27 years. Tell me about this.
This is, monumental. I feel very much like we're looking at the video from last summer in the hurricanes in Carolinas. Community's pretty hard hit. Everybody's good. Lost a lot of stuff. Lost some lives. The hunt department we're trying to make sure our community's okay. The state's kind of left us out. Let's take care of everybody around here. And of course, the state is coordinating all of the recovery efforts. They'll take care of that, and we're just trying to make the best of what we've got.
Light World, you're starting to post some really irrelevant stuff. Simmer down with the trolling, man.
Buildings accepting donations of clothing, non-perishable food, and toiletries. Also, the Salvation Army in Kerrville, they're accepting non-perishables, hygiene items, trash bags, diapers, socks, you name it. They're asking people when the time is right. Right now, they've asked folks not to get out. That would jeopardize the search efforts, but they are accepting those non-perishable and other hygiene donations at 8:55.
Okay, so they are accepting non-perishable donations. If you guys do want to spend any money to help them out, I don't mind stopping along the way. And I do have a 1-ton diesel truck, so I don't mind if somebody wants to buy a pallet of water. I will go pick up the water from a Costco and load it up in the truck, and I will take it down there and drop it off. If you guys want to buy boxes of diapers, I will go pick up the diapers at a Walmart. So that is on a fresh news release. They are accepting non-perishable donations. I have no problem bringing donations to the town of Kerrville, Texas. So if you guys, I did not know that. I have no problem bringing physical donations. So if you guys buy something or want to spend $100 at Walmart on this or that, I have no problem.
And there are other ways that responders in Kerrville have what they need.
Absolutely, yes. These people are, most of these people are my viewers.
Well, an urgent search is underway for more than 24 girls from a summer camp in the Texas Hill Country. Destructive, fast-moving floodwaters, which took many by surprise, left many unaccounted for.
Killing at least 32 people, 14 of those dead are children. Fox News senior correspondent Mike Tobin has more from Kerrville, Texas.
The search continues for more than 24 children who went missing from a summer camp following fierce flooding in the central Texas region.
We know that we are looking for Texans and Americans, and we put them as our top priority. We will find every one of them.
Floods tore through the Guadalupe River as several months' worth of heavy rain fell within hours. Fast-moving waters in the river rose 26 feet in just 45 minutes in the middle of the night on Friday.
Unprecedented, historic. It's like a wheelbarrow of water got dumped here. It's devastating, but we'll recover.
The powerful storm killing at least 24. Search teams using boats, helicopters, and drones are looking for those who are still unaccounted for on Saturday. Friends and families of the missing are posting pictures of their loved ones on social media, making a frantic plea for any information.
We will be working around the clock 24/7 until every person is found.
In addition to the search and rescue, that's the priority right now.
The flooding took locals by surprise in Texas Hill Country, a summer hotspot for camping. Now a path of devastation is left in the area. President Donald Trump calling the floods, quote, terrible. He says his administration is working with officials on the ground.
Oh yes, we'll take care of it. We're working with the governor. It's a terrible thing.
A flood watch remains in effect for parts of central Texas until later Saturday night. In Kerrville, Texas, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
All right, thanks for that report.
Governor Abbott saying that efforts will not stop. He's calling it a 24-hour effort where he is going to find every victim, dedicating lots of resources, including those thermal images on helicopters that will be helpful tonight now that the sun has gone down.
Yeah, he spoke at a press conference. Let's listen in.
We will be
Same here,
relentless in going after and ensuring that we locate every single person who's been a victim of this flooding event. Citizens and Americans, and we put them as our top priority. We will find every one of them.
All right, that was Governor Greg Abbott speaking there. He was with Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, where he signed a disaster declaration request, and we're told that the president will accept it, and that financial aid and resources will be here not just now, but also in the future as well. Governor also just put on X 1 minute ago, I want to share with you. Today I visited Camp Mystic. It and the river running beside it were horrendously ravaged in ways unlike I've seen in any natural disaster. The height, the rushing to the top of the cabins was shocking.
Okay, Jane came through with $10, so that puts us at $535 you guys have donated towards gas. So thank you so much, Jane. I'm sorry I just saw that right now. And I think that's it. So we have received $535 that we're going to use towards fuel for this week, or for this trip.
He says we won't stop until we find it.
We are driving, I'm assuming we'll drive right around 3,000 miles, maybe a little bit more, throughout this trip. I did the math, it's probably going to be about $800 for fuel. Now, I don't expect to get 20 miles a gallon the whole way. I did the math at $15 a gallon. Or 15 miles a gallon, not $15, 15 miles. We are somewhere, I don't know, on the 210, almost to the 10.
girl who was in those
Canyon Lake. We'll see how much, a good deal of rain earlier today out towards the game. Most of that has receded. It will stay in effect leading into tomorrow. Well, things tonight have calmed down quite a bit. We don't see much in the way of rain showing up at all. We do have this flash flood watch that's in effect. It will stay in effect until about 1 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. So that's the only thing that's really extended. We had a good deal of rain earlier today out towards the game. Most of that has receded now. We're keeping an eye on the rivers, particularly the Guadalupe as it gets into Canyon Lake. We'll see how much that really affects the lake at this point, and then where we're going to be looking at downstream.
All right, now, let's all pray for the 27 campers still missing tonight. Again, the death toll so far, 43, as we continue to cover just this catastrophic flooding in the hill country. Count on Fox SA to continue our coverage not only on air, but also online as well. Be sure to follow us on our social media pages. For Darian, Ryan, and the rest of the crew, have a great night.
Yes, I'm taking the 10 all the way to Texas. How long will I be live? I'm not too sure. You can't drop off anywhere. If you want to send a donation, you can just do it over the internet. Same here, Sadie. Same here. So I don't have anywhere for you to drop it off in particular. All I know is you can drop them off in person in Texas, or there's an online donation thing set up. But like I said, if somebody wants to donate physical items, I don't mind taking your monetary donation and stopping at Walmart and buying some donations to drop off, maybe in the form of diapers, maybe in the form of food, non-perishable food I mean, or Gatorades, waters, toiletries, stuff like that. I got my dog Ruger. I am taking my dog Ruger. So, the news, yeah, don't know, I wouldn't say to donate to the Red Cross. I don't know nothing about the Red Cross, but I do know that the local government up there does have a monetary donation link set up. I don't know. I would assume that that donation eventually goes to the ocean. I would assume that that river eventually goes to the ocean. Yes, we are en route to Texas. We are 1,254 miles away. Formula, yes, formula is a big one. Dog food, yes. That's another one, yes. Aaron says, please stop yelling. I'm sorry. I have a life jacket on. Sorry for yelling. I'm taking the I-10 to San Antonio, the I-10, all the way through. Yes, Jacob and Ruger are headed to the flood. What's up, Travis? We got TW Lives in the chat. What's up, brother? It is actually a 19-hour drive, and we now have 17 hours left. Yes, the best places to donate are the local volunteer fire departments affected by the disaster. They know more than anyone who needs the help the most. Absolutely, and I don't mind dropping off donations. If you guys want me to go stop at a store, let's say you're like, hey, I'm gonna send you $100, buy a ton of cases of water, buy cases of Gatorade, buy diapers, whatever it is. I will go load up my truck at a Walmart and load it up and drop off donations, and we can do that on the live stream. We can live stream ourselves giving donations to the people that need it. Tiger Mama, $2 super chat. Pump cup for Ruger, thank you so much. We got 400 people on the YouTube side under Dad's Gone Behind the Scenes. And then we also have 36 people on Facebook, including my good buddy Travis West with TW Lives. He says he's thinking about going tomorrow. I think he should think about going right now. Travis, load up. I'm sure you can catch up to me. I'm only 2 hours out of Bakersfield, brother. Load up your truck. Get on the road. Let's go. Sadie, you're perfectly fine. And your name reminds me of the song. The Sadie Hawkins dance in my khaki pants. Girls ask guys. It's always a surprise. Sorry if I said that too loud. Yes, I don't have gambling on this channel. I'm sorry, Crusher. Oh, you're good, Aaron. You're good. My truck's loud, so I don't know. I'll quit yelling. I'm sorry. I'm just used to yelling. Jane came through with $10 towards gas. Oh, I said that already. Okay, I already said that. Yes, we're going to Texas. Appreciate that, Shannon. I really do appreciate that. Much love. Thank you for checking us out. Mod chat. Let's see. No, I unmodded him immediately. That was an accident. Nice. Nice, Travis. I'm glad my truck's not as loud. Not any louder, because louder would be insane, bro. Okay, that's true, Stormy. That's true. I got my dog with me, Jerry. I couldn't even imagine with having my kid missing like that. That's the worst thing I've like. That's horrible, man. Send your kid off to church camp and this flood comes along and just devastating. Just devastating. Yep, you're right. When you donate to a large organization. Alright, Travis, go hook up to the trailer and let's go. Let's go, brother. If I had extra, if I could afford the 10 miles a gallon I would be getting when I tow a trailer, I would definitely take my trailer, but my trailer's, I don't want to pay for the gas to tow a trailer all the way out there. Yeah, the water rose, I think they said 26 feet in a very short amount of time. Oh, you're good, Sean. Sean just came through with a $20 cash app. Thank you so much. That's huge, brother. Thank you so much, Sean M. I just got it. Thank you. Everyone says thank you, Sean M. And everyone else that has donated. If you guys have donated to help out, thank you so much. That's huge. I do appreciate it. No, Light World has been unmodded. I did not mean to add Light World as a mod. Light World has been unmodded. That was supposed to be a timeout, not a mod. Crimes have consequences. The question you just asked me is extremely horrible. Extremely horrible. I don't even want to read what you just said. That would make me cry. That would make me cry. That's horrible, man. I can't imagine that. No, I cannot imagine that. Grandpa's taking his lawnmower. Let's go, brother. Yeah, read out loud. Yeah. Read out loud. I'm not going to read that out loud. That's horrible. gonna take a quick phone call, guys. It's gonna be real quick, and then I'll unmute it. It's gonna be muted momentarily. I just had my wife take care of it. I didn't mean to mod Light World. I don't know who that is. I just unmodded Light World. I had the wife do it from the computer at home. So I got a beautiful wife at home that does a fantastic job. A lot of people are asking, hey, how does your wife feel about going out there? I had a very, very, very long talk with my wife about going, and she 100% supports me going out there. She's like, you're a Bakersfield streamer. You don't want to stream Bakersfield? I said, yeah, I do. But this is what I do. You know, I show this kind of stuff. So that's what I'm going for. Hey, Megan, $20 for food and meat for me and Ruger. We're just under, like, I think that puts us at what, 570? 580? 580? You guys donated? We got $580 for this trip. And I am taking a diesel truck. So that's going to be obviously pretty expensive in fuel. And you guys have helped out a lot. So thank you guys so much. That's huge. Thank you, Flower Child. I appreciate the kind words. Much love to you, too. Jalen, what's up, girl? How you doing, Jalen? Let's go. We got Jalen up in the chat. Jalen, I bought your best friend. He's looking at you. He might be your best friend, but he'll still bite you in person. Ashley is a very wonderful person. If you get supplies, please tell me for disaster, you may not be able to get them. I live in Texas. God bless. Yeah, Pam. If people send donations, oh, for sure, Travis. If people send donations, then yeah, I'll stop by. As soon as someone sends donations, I'll go find a Walmart and go buy some stuff. It just depends. If they send a donation and they say this is to help out, buy some donations for the victims, then I'll go. But if people don't send it, then I'm not going to do it. I am, Travis. I am on the 210. So let's see if we have any more things going.
Will be relentless and going after and ensuring that we locate every and ensuring that we look.
I grabbed my dog and my wallet and I tried to get outside and the water was flooded.
Oh, these are people talking about what happened now.
Working around the clock. I'm Taylor Whartonby reporting.
You hear from people there, her report right there say that we lived here our whole lives, and you know that the potential for flooding is there, but to actually see this level of destruction, they said they've never lived through something like that.
Taylor was telling us earlier that there was a family that lived on the second floor of that school, and they had to crawl to the roof to get to safety.
That's how high that water went.
That speaks to how high that water was. You said something 30 feet, and she was just about 100 feet away from the river, so it had to crest the river, go up and go really high to threaten that family. It was like
30 feet, that's 3 stories. I mean, just think of that as a wall of water coming down, and with that water, all the debris that comes with it, the debris we're talking about, rebar, wood, trees that were uprooted. It was just a living nightmare.
We will continue our hill country flooding disaster when we come back right after this.
Worked my way towards the wall and the trailer was coming and then somebody grabbed me, my arm, and pulled me out of the water. Last leg. And then I tried to go help, but by then it was too late. Everybody was on the river.
And I know you lost your
Everything.
trailer, your truck.
Yeah, Walmart, thank you. They gave me some shoes this morning. Yeah, we lost everything. A lot of people lost everything.
Has this ever happened in this area before?
We had a flood, I like last year maybe, but it wasn't nothing to this extreme. So this is devastating.
So what's going to be next for you? Trying to figure
trying
out.
to find a place to live, trying to get clothes. I don't know. Trying to get my life built back together, I guess. Nobody expected this, and that's what's sad about it. A lot of people lost their lives today.
And have you heard of anybody that you know, or anybody that you might have shared?
There was a buddy here that passed away. I guess the guy that works here. I'm not sure the info on that. We do have casualties, so it's a sad day in Kerrville. Sad day.
Thank you for talking to me.
And you can hear the bravery, the uncertainty, and just the fear. As he's telling his story, you can see him reliving it and realizing, and you heard him keep not making it about himself, reminding us that there are other people suffering through the same, and people who have suffered much worse than us.
He used the word casualties in that neighborhood, so our thoughts and prayers to everybody there.
Okay,
At least 5 people are dead in the Austin area.
No problem,
At least
Crimes.
20 inches of floodwater wreaked havoc.
That'd be awesome, thank you.
Crews are working around the clock as floodwaters continue to impact the area. Abigail Velez reports.
The San Gabriel River in Williamson County has been angry all day, with river levels rising throughout the day. The North Austin Avenue Bridge in Georgetown, which was under construction, has since been closed off by authorities as that floodwater rages through the area and takes down some of that construction that was underway. Here's what we know so far. 2 people are missing tonight from Williamson County. One from a home near Hope House in Liberty Hill, where 16 people had to be evacuated. Liberty Hill Fire and Leander Water Rescue teams are on
Salty B came through with a $20 cash app. Thank you so much, Salty B. Let's go.
the ground, with one active rescue still underway. Officials say at least 10 water rescue recoveries were made within the last 24 hours from mobile homes and cars.
Overnight, they successfully rescued and evacuated 25 citizens of Williamson County.
There are 26 active road closures across the county, with the river above flood stage as of now. Bridges could be unstable, and officials are warning drivers, do not go around barricades. All county agencies are activated, with state agencies and Fort Hood Air Support on standby. Georgetown apartments and several RV parks had to be evacuated. Evacuation orders remain in place as river levels have not yet come down.
Sorry. It's scary. Yeah. I remember I looked at it, I'm like, if I was in that, like, you're not getting out of that. You're gone. There's no telling how far you're going to go.
It's far-reaching, and it goes to show you this isn't just a Kerrville thing. This is all of central portions of South Texas dealing with this just devastating flooding and the aftermath that now people are coming home to, realizing that this may take a long time to build.
Alex is standing by. We talked earlier about the topography of that area, with it not being the best absorption because a lot of it is on rock.
Yes, it is what we call parts limestone. So that's pretty much like concrete. Water comes down, it's really not going to soak in that much. And of course, it flows much quicker as you go through there. Here's a big pattern that we've been watching. You can see that upper flow coming all the way back around and then swinging around back this way with the low sitting right back in there. That's kind of what it looked like a little earlier, and it's still kind of left over from today. We do have the flash flood watch that's in effect. Hopefully about 10 o'clock. That's probably another couple of minutes or so, but eventually it looks like they're going to allow that to expire at this point. I don't see them extending it, but we'll see what happens. And again, when we've got a watch, that means conditions are good for the potential of flash flooding to occur. Now, during the day today, we were watching all the rain that was really starting to build. We saw a couple of really good hot spots. The one that was earlier this morning was out there near Sabine. 9.7 inches estimated rainfall. And when we get back up here toward New Braunfels, another little spot where we saw some bigger rainfall totals coming up to near 7 inches of rain. So 2 big spots today that saw the rain. Now, here's the radar right now tonight. You see, we started with some activity here, kind of slid on down all the way back up here into northwest Bexar County and kind of fizzled out. So that means we just have some light rain kind of left over, stretching all the way out here from Shirts, back on down just the downtown area, back over to where Pastorville. Most of that kind of moving out. Now, when we take a look at the rainfall rate over the last few hours, you'll see it, just some light rain coming through, back up to Helotes, back over to near Redwood Ranch, and back out to SeaWorld, and that's pretty much it. When we look at how much rain we actually received today, this is at the airport.
0.96. Normal's 5.8, so that means we're a little bit above the normal, at least for this year. Here's the aquifer level. Today, it sits at 883. How much of a change did we get? 5 feet, 5.4 feet. And that's not meant.
Fishing, do some tubing, you spend time with family and holiday during the holiday, and this is what happened. And it's just unfathomable if you think about it. And then we also got our first videos of some of the Camp Mystic where we saw some of the haunting images inside the campgrounds, where you see the water completely to the ceiling, the destruction inside with the bunk beds and the clothing strewn around and the mud inside there. And you hear about the 27 campers still missing, and it hurts your heart.
Yeah, and you said for all the families planned for these camps, these are legacy camps. Family members and generations of family members.
For sure, Van Horn, thank you.
For decades. And so we talked to a boy earlier. He was at one of the camps along the Big River. This is what he was thinking as he saw those floodwaters rising.
We didn't really know what was going on around us because it was dark. We couldn't see past trees. All we really knew is that we needed to move stuff in order for it not to get wet. And there was just a lot of water creeping in from areas we didn't think we could. And it was really scary.
We picked them up last night. All those boys were pretty traumatized.
Today I visited Camp.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to play.
Search is underway for more than 2 dozen.
I'm trying to play the news. I'll probably have to delete this live stream once it's over, so I don't get a copyright. But I am playing the news.
Many unaccounted for.
Killing at least 32 people, 14 of those dead are children. Fox News senior correspondent Mike Tobin has more from Kerrville, Texas.
The search continues for more than 2 dozen children who went missing from a summer camp following fierce flooding in the central Texas region.
We know that we are looking for Texans and Americans, and we will put them as our top priority. We will find every one of them.
Floods tore through the Guadalupe River as several months' worth of heavy rain fell within hours. Fast-moving waters in the river rose 26 feet in just 45 minutes in the middle of the night on Friday.
Unprecedented. It's like a wheelbarrow of water got dumped here. It's devastating, but we'll recover.
The powerful storm killing at least 2 dozen. Search teams using boats, helicopters, and drones are looking for those who are still unaccounted for on Saturday. Friends and families of the missing are posting pictures of their loved ones on social media, making a frantic plea for any information.
We will be working around the clock.
What's up, Mark? How you doing, brother?
Person is found. In addition to the search and rescue, that's the priority right now.
The flooding took locals by surprise in Texas Hill Country, a summer hotspot for camping. Now a path of devastation is left in the area. President Donald Trump calling the floods, quote, terrible. He says his administration
all right, catch you later,
working
Crimes.
with officials on the ground.
Stay safe, brother. What's up, Chatty Ken?
It's a terrible thing.
A flood watch remains in effect for parts of central Texas until later Saturday night. In Kerrville, Texas, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
All right, thanks for that report.
Governor Abbott saying that efforts will not stop. He's calling it a 24-hour effort where he is going to find every victim, dedicating lots of resources, including those thermal images on helicopters that were helpful tonight. Now that the sun has.
I'm good. I'm getting a little hungry, but I'm good. I'm just a little hungry. That's all.
At this, and going after and ensuring that we locate every single person who's been a victim of this flooding event. We're not going to stop today or tomorrow. We will stop when the job is completed. Between now and whenever that day arrives, when the job is completed, this is a 24/7 operation, day and night, because we know that we are looking for Texans and Americans, and we put them as our top priority. We will find every one of them.
All right, that was Governor Greg Abbott speaking there. He was with Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, where he signed a disaster declaration request, and we're told that the president will accept it, and that also in the future as well. Governor also just put on X 1 minute ago, I want to share it with you. Today I visited Camp Mystic. It and the river running beside it were horrendously ravaged in ways unlike I've seen in any natural disaster. The height the rushing water reached to the top of the cabins was shocking. He says, we won't stop until we find every girl who was in those cabins. Again, that from the governor on X just 1 minute ago as we continue to monitor this developing situation.
All right, Chief Meteorologist Alex Garcia standing by with the final check of weather, what we can expect tonight leading into tomorrow.
Well, things tonight have calmed down quite a bit. We don't see much in the way of rain showing up at all. We do have this flash flood watch. It's in effect. It will stay in effect until about 1 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. So that's the only thing that's really extended. We had a good deal of rain earlier today out towards the game. Most of that has receded now. We're keeping an eye on the rivers, particularly the Guadalupe as it gets into Canyon Lake. We'll see how much that really affects the lake at this point, and then where we're going to be looking at downstream.
All right, Alex, thank you for that. Let's all pray for the 27 campers still missing tonight. Again, the death toll so far, 43. As we continue to cover just this catastrophic flooding in the Hill Country. Count on Fox SA to continue our coverage not only on air, but also online as well. Be sure to follow us on our social media pages. For Darian, Ryan, and the rest of the crew, have a great night.
David, I work for a news outlet, a media company, so I'm gonna just journalism, I'm gonna document the situation, hopefully I get some interviews, and just film the devastation, guys. On the way out there, people sent donations to go get, per se, donations to donate to a donation center out there. I will absolutely stop by a Walmart, Costco, or whatever I need to go, wherever I need to go, and shit. Pick it up. How many hours left? 16 hours, guys. 16 hours. That'd be awesome, man, but it's all right, bro. I do appreciate it. That'd be awesome, but it's all right. I do appreciate it. Like I said, that'd be neat. Yeah, unfortunately, we're still in California. I love California, like the land, but I hate the politics here. So even with permission, it can still cause a copyright claim. So I don't want to do that. But I do appreciate it, bro. Oh shit, this is narrow. This narrow ass lane, dude. I don't like this. I'm driving a dually and I don't like this at all. I don't know what town or city I'm in or near.
Campers from the all-girls summer camp Sisters from St. Rita Catholic in Dallas didn't make it out alive. You can see search crews already came through this Kerrville neighborhood. They marked this camper clear with an X. Back behind me, we have the Campos family that spent all day Saturday cleaning up their home. Thankfully, they got out in the nick of time and they safely got in their truck and went to higher ground. This is video of rushing water from Juan Campos's backyard. The water eventually made it inside his home up to his thigh.
Oh, in 2 minutes, the water right here.
The cabins were smashing against the trees, and the campers were hitting the trees so hard that they were scarring them.
Lorena Guillen owns this now barren RV park in nearby Ingram. Concrete slabs show where cabins were washed away. This is where Joni and Robert Brake were staying for the holiday. Their family from Burleson says they still haven't heard from the couple. Others staying in RVs just 10 feet from the shoreline.
They tried to get to them so hard, but there was no way. There was no way. I mean, the water at that point had gone up a good 20 feet. And the lower level, all my campers right there, they were already floating away.
And I'm in Kerrville right now, but just the town over Ingram, that is where the parents of these campers from Camp Mystic, they are now waiting for a second night in agony. Standpoint and also emotionally, sometimes when I cover tornadoes in OKC and also in North Texas, you can see where the tornado touched down in a centralized location, a neighborhood, a city, etc. This devastation is for miles down the Guadalupe River. Hunt where the camps were, all the way down here to Kerrville and beyond, and that river just keeps flowing. Also emotionally, it was hard to see people today because they really have no information. They know nothing. They do not know where their loved ones are. They do not know where their loved ones were last at. So I think the questions that are in the air tonight are truly telling as we go into day 3 tomorrow, which we will be here for that as well. Hopefully we will have some more answers tomorrow.
There's really anybody that's live out there showing exactly what's going on. I think we're going to be the only quote-unquote live streamer. It's just the actual big news outlets have their people out there, but that's not going to stop me. I'm still going to upload. We're going to see if they are interested in our footage still. We're still going to be out there. We've already played all the news. Oh, we got CBS. We'll play CBS's channel.
Well, thank everybody for gathering with us here today. And
that's the same as the other one. Yeah, flooding is a horrific disaster. It's unlike other disasters. Flooding does a lot more than just put water everywhere. Oh, okay, I appreciate it, Andrea, but it's okay. I'm just gonna crash in my truck. When I get too tired, I'll just take a nap. I'll be okay. I do appreciate it though. That's really generous. Pick up supplies along the way. Yeah, if someone says donations, I'll gladly pick up supplies along the way, but we haven't received any donations to particularly buy stuff like that. You guys want me to stay live the entire way out there or no? Okay, Sunflower, I appreciate it. But I got plenty of food or fuel. Food, I bought sandwich stuff. I might just pull over in a minute and make a sandwich. Andrea, I'll keep you guys in our prayers. Hopefully they find your friend's kids. I'm so sorry to hear that. You want me to stay live for 16 hours? Oh my gosh. I don't care. Fuel is way cheaper once you hit Arizona. Patty says yes, stay live. Okay. Yeah, the drive is a little over 19 hours, almost 20 hours. We're about 3, maybe 4 hours in. We have 16 hours left according to my GPS. We are 1,210 hours. Oh, that'd be cool, West Texas. Appreciate that, Jasmine. Yeah, I'm in the left lane because it's California, guys. California doesn't have the right lane laws. Ruger will let me know if he has to go potty. Do a potty? I don't know. I'll definitely be, potentially be a little careful. Yep, Ruger has driven into Texas several times, actually. He used to ride with us a lot, to and from Texas. This ain't our, this isn't his first road trip or mine. We'll get Ruger a Pup Cup as we get further out of town. He's already getting excited because I said it. He'll probably get ice cream cones, to be honest with you. But yeah, we'll get him something. Absolutely. Okay, Kerr County flooding update, updated 30 minutes ago.
Continues to rise in Kerr County after extreme flooding. 43 people are now dead. That's an update we just got. And first responders are
43 people.
searching for 27 girls from a
27 girls are missing.
The total number of people missing, though, is still unknown. Let's check in now with Capitol
Official number missing is unknown.
Dylan, you're in Kerr County. You've been at all of these updates. What are you seeing in that area?
Hey, Jen, where we're standing right now, it's a truly heartbreaking scene to take in. Where I'm standing, literally standing, was the foundation of somebody's home that used to be here. In fact, all that's left now is this crumbled rock wall and the steps to their front door. We're about 100 yards from the Guadalupe River over here. You can see where everything that was underwater, these trees that are completely flattened down, just this sheer force of Mother Nature that has taken down these trees and destroyed these properties. People I've spoken to in Kerr County tell me that, flooding here, they're not strangers to that, but the way that it flooded here on Friday is something they have never seen before.
It's pretty bad.
Lifelong Kerr County residents are still in shock.
I don't even know how we're going to move some of these logs.
Grand Cypress. Their foundation. This has got to be a 1,000-year flood. James Forster lives right near the Guadalupe River. He came to check on his friend's house situated on the banks of the river on Friday morning.
I'm looking, and about that time the water gets, and then it pops this thing up, pops the floorboards up.
The water was on him in a matter of moments.
Like a dam broke.
Both Forster and Central Point resident Logan Green say they're used to the river flooding, but this time it happens so much faster.
Gradual rises and get this high, but to come down that fast at one time, never seen it.
Today will be a hard day.
The death toll
thanks,
is now
Jennifer.
at 32, including 14 children.
And I got to see firsthand many of the body bags.
The total number of those missing is still unknown. The rescue efforts continue Saturday night with no sign of slowing down.
We will be
people have been either rescued or county. Now, something important that also happened today at a press conference, Governor Greg Abbott did announce
Thank you, Lisa.
He had signed an official statement or official declaration to ask for help from the federal government. Kristi Noem, the DHS secretary, did say at that press conference that President Trump is paying attention to Texas, is caring about Texas, and will
We remain in a search and rescue posture right now. They will continue in the darkness of night. They will be taking place when the sun rises in the morning. They will be non-stop.
Are we back? Are we still buffering, or are we back?
Again, at least 24 fatalities have been reported so far. And as of Friday night, we're told that 237 people were evacuated. Many more right now awaiting transport out of the danger zone. This tragedy, of course, is being felt all across the state, from Central Texas to right here at home. This morning, we have team coverage as we follow this heartbreaking story. Our Don White is at Highland Park United Methodist Church. A vigil is being held there for members of their church community, and of course to pray for everyone impacted. Our Bo Evans is live in Kerr County as search and rescue efforts continue. So let's begin with Bo. Bo, good morning. What are you seeing there right now?
Yeah, Robbie, we've moved over to get a view of the other RV park, and I just want to show it to you guys because on July 3rd and the morning of July 4th, this empty field behind me was full of more than 50 RVs and families and people inside of them. And then that's when that wall of water, more than 25 feet, came through here and wiped it all away. And that's where it's been washing up against trees like this one. You can see the metal from these RV frames, from these mobile home frames. They are strewn about the entire river and creekway. They are just everywhere. It's a completely destructive scene, and it's honestly hard to look at, especially when you think about the fact that that field behind me was full of more than 50 RVs and campers. Now, this water, this flooding right here, that is not the Guadalupe River. That is all the way on the other side of it. So floodwaters are still receding, and you know, the National Weather Service data showed us that the Guadalupe River rose more than 20 feet in just under an hour and a half on the morning of July 4th. And last night, officials said that the death toll from this flooding has risen to 24 people. They did update us and tell us that 237 people were rescued and 167 of those by helicopter, but there are at least, and I emphasize at least, 23 to 25 missing people still. And like I said earlier, that number, we don't think it includes the people in these two RV parks, at least according to the RV park owner that I spoke with. Now, CBS News Texas was able to confirm that Eloise Peck, Lila Bonner, and Hadley Hanna, 3 little girls, are confirmed among the missing from those camps that Robbie mentioned earlier. And the city of Kerrville has established a reunification phone number, so if you are missing a family member, you can call that number. Now, there are shelters set up for those people that have been evacuated, but they are filling up, including the biggest one at Schreiner University. That one is completely full. And rescue efforts are ongoing, Robbie. Governor Abbott said he is going to deploy every resource that the state of Texas have to find and account for every missing person.
They will continue in the darkness of night. They will be taking place when the sun rises in the morning. They will be non-stop, seeking to find everybody who is unaccounted for.
We will do everything humanly possible 24/7, looking at every tree, turning over every rock, whatever it takes, if your child is one of those truly missing and not just out of touch, to find your daughter.
Every resource and whatever it takes. Those sentiments were reiterated by Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem. She said the Coast Guard has been deployed. They were flying through the night and through storms last night to make sure that they are looking for and finding Texans out there that are fighting for their lives. Now, people in Dallas are praying. I know our Don White is at one of those prayer vigils in Dallas. Good morning, Don.
Good morning, Bo. And people from all over North Texas send their girls to those camps. That includes right here in North Texas. I'm at Highland Park United Methodist Church, and they confirm that several members of their church family and community are among the missing this morning. We've confirmed the names of the 3 girls from North Texas who are missing. They were Eloise Peck, Lila Bonner, and Hadley Hannah. They're just 8 and 9 years old. We are aware of others, but we could not confirm them directly with their families. None of the families we did reach were ready to speak on camera. We did visit a church service last night at Highland Park Presbyterian where churchgoers prayed for the missing. We learned 3 of the missing have families who attend church there. Back here at Highland Park United Methodist, this prayer service will go until noon. Live in Dallas, Dawn White, CBS News, Texas.
Thank you.
No, Ash, I'm not enjoying the trip. I'd rather be on an airplane. To be honest with you, I'd rather fly there. It'd be a lot faster. I got 16 hours left, 1,193 miles. Not interested in driving, but I have to. It is what it is, baby. I love you, Ashley.
John, as we've been sharing, if you have family members in the area and just aren't really sure perhaps of how close they were to the river, the Red Cross is assisting with reunification efforts. We put a number up on your screen, so if you are missing someone, you can call that number and get the Red Cross to assist you in locating them. Meanwhile, several teams from North Texas are heading to Central Texas to help with the response. They include 2 teams from Fort Worth Fire with 15 divers and Swift Water team members. Dallas Fire Rescue is deploying a 6-member water squad. Denton Fire says they're sending a team of 6 with 2 boats to help out. And the Southern Baptist of Texas Convention Disaster Relief Team is sending volunteers there to help those in need.
Yeah, but I don't have money for a ticket, a rental car, or a hotel room.
Al, thanks for joining us. As always, this has been a crushing story to follow over the past 24 hours. It started yesterday. They now are confirming 32 dead. 18 of them are adults, Hal. 14 of them are children. And they're still searching for live victims. Can you clarify? Because they were talking about the transition eventually from rescue to recovery. What are they talking about there?
Well, what they're talking about, Austin, is right now there's an active search for any survivors. And so, you know, as Governor Abbott said, time is of the essence. I think that was his term, that he was trying to get out there with as much speed as possible to find anyone surviving. You could have people who are on rooftops, although I think they checked the rooftops pretty carefully. People who could have climbed up in trees. Those people can be tough to see. And by the way, if they're up in a tree, they've got to hang on. And, you know, time is time. And people will get tired. They'll lose their grip. And if they fall into the water, you know, the chances of survival are not that great. So they want to get out there and they want to search this area. So this is the rescue phase. Now, at some point, once they have decided that the likelihood of any, you know, any survivors is pretty much nil, if you will, they will switch to the recovery phase. I don't think they're at that point anytime soon. I thought that question about switching to recovery was a little presumptive. Right now, they're very much in the rescue phase, where they go through and they look at this stuff in a very systematic manner, clearing anything, you know, basically going through and looking at all the terrain, clearing the terrain as they go through. They will be marking it on the ground so that people know what terrain has been actually looked at, and trying to find anyone out there. And of course, with everyone missing, but especially with these little girls that were in that campsite, I think everybody there is very much putting out 110% to try and find any survivors that could be out there.
You're no stranger to disasters like this, Hal. They alluded to it during the press conference. But can you
elements of work with the FEMA regions, and I've trained everything from local community centers all the way up to foreign governments in emergency management, emergency preparedness stuff. So that's kind of where my background is on this. And what I can tell you is that when you look at the weather situation, when you look at the rain coming in, you saw where they were talking about 4 to 6 inches of rain coming in. Well, that just tells you one part of it, is how much rain's coming in. Then you have to look at the topography. You actually have to look at the terrain. And there's a lot of variables there. Obviously, the terrain in terms of, is it mountainous, hilly? This is up in that North Texas hill country, an area I know pretty well. It's very channelized, or canalized, depending on how you want to describe it, where the water will collect very quickly and then move into these channels. You have to look at the soil. Is it going to be where the water hits and then runs off very quickly? Will it soak in? You look at vegetation, what state it's in. You look at a variety of factors that will deal with how fast that water will accumulate in these low areas. In this case, from what they're reporting, it went from having literally seeing very little or no change in the water level of the river, or the rivers, I should say, to jumping up over 26 feet within a period of 45 minutes to an hour. That is a phenomenal water raise, and you can imagine with that people who are camping, and this is the middle of the night, we're talking between 3 and 5 o'clock, the people who are camping there, all of a sudden they're surrounded with rushing water. This isn't a seep flood where it just slowly raises up. This is a flash flood. So some would look at it and say, well, the water is slowly rising. Yes, but once they get out in that water, that's fast moving water. There's a lot of debris in there, which means they can get knocked off their feet. You can imagine if you get knocked off your feet, you go underwater with all the rocks, trees, automobiles, whatever could be underwater, that the survival chances drop considerably when that happens. So that's what they're looking at. That's the scenario that occurred in that area.
Now, we heard Governor Abbott declare, it was a disaster declaration, I believe, was how he began the press conference. What levers does that pull, and what resources does that give for an operation like this?
Well, Governor Abbott did what he has to do in order to kick some things in. And I think Kristi Noem, the DHS Secretary, kind of explained it goes from local to state to federal. There is a process where the local government declares a disaster, and then that goes up to the state for request for assistance, where they declare a disaster, and then that includes a request for federal assistance. And then when President Trump, and I'm certain that he's going to declare a disaster, that kicks in what's called the Stafford Act. And the Stafford Act deals with unlocking the resources of the federal government to come in and provide assistance on a major level. Now, you already heard that some things at the local level, for example, the U.S. Coast Guard is out there. Keep in mind, U.S. Coast Guard does search and rescue all the time. That is one of their primary missions. They also have a lot of unique capabilities, particularly with helicopter. They can get hurt, they can get lost, all sorts of stuff. So the Border Patrol, by necessity, by virtue of its mission, it does a lot of search and rescue, just simply looking for people, illegal migrants who have gotten lost or maybe hurt or dying out in the desert or somewhere else. So they do this. They also do water rescue. Keep in mind that along the border, particularly in Texas, is the Rio Grande River. So there are search and rescue things they have to get involved with very quickly when people trying to cross the river will get swept away. And so they're very adept at this. So these are a couple of reasons.
Guys, I'm actually going to pull over in a moment, and I'm going to pee on the side of the road, then I'm going to wash my hands, and then I'm going to fucking make me a sandwich, and then I'm going to get back on the road. So I'm going to pull over here in a moment. I'm going to make me a sandwich, actually. So let's pull over right here. Cathedral City. Never been here. Cathedral City. We're going to pull over right here, and Ruger's already drinking water. I'm going to let him go pee, and then I'm going to make a quick sandwich. I got sandwich stuff in the car. Shout out to my beautiful wife for getting stuff. I'm gonna try to get out there as fast as possible. I'm already gonna get out there pretty late tomorrow in the evening time. So I don't wanna extend that anymore. So like I said, I am gonna pull off right here, and if Ruger has to go potty, I'll let him go potty on the side of the road. We'll see. I doubt it, but it's up to him whether he goes potty or not. turkey sandwich, Mike. Whoa. Whoa, that's a big old ditch right there, brother. Oh, man. You gotta go pee-pee? Damn, it's windy out here. Hey, hold on. Hold on. He's going pee still. He had to pee pretty good. He's finally done going pee-pee. Oh, he had to go poo-poo. Ah, silly dog. Damn, my wife hooked me up, man. Gave me some good sandwich stuff. Come on. Load up now. Come on. Back seat. In the back. 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 Booger right here. Come on. Right here. Come on. Load up. Get back there. Hey, get in the back. No. Back. Back. That's fine. You can eat this here. Sorry, guys. I'm almost done. I'm making me a sandwich right now. I know. I'm a chunky boy. Dad likes to eat. Dumping out pickle juice, by the way. Damn, I love sandwiches. No. Ah! That's mine. You don't eat that. That's got to be one of the best sandwiches ever. Burger right here. Cool. We're back on the road, guys. Guys, 16-hour drive. 1-6.
Resources that the Department of Homeland Security has that they kind of rushed in there very quickly. But once you see the Stafford Act put in there, you can see a lot of resources, and then you can see the sort of stuff that I used to work with, which is bringing potential military resources, federal military resources that could be used to provide assistance as well.
Al, where does something like?
We are near Palm Springs. Yeah, Palm Springs. I had to think for a second.
This go from here. We have been endlessly watching the video scrolling on our screen of the water, and this is scary stuff. I mean, this, you can see the trees there, how far up on the branches there. That's compared to this live vantage point right now. I will say, just from this one specific vantage point, it looks like the water is receding. How important is that with them as they begin the rescue and recovery efforts?
Well, for search and rescue, something like this helps immensely because what you can imagine, that water, you just can't see through it. It is murky. It's filled with all sorts of stuff, things just under the water, and so it's very difficult. If someone, it wouldn't be alive, but if there was someone trapped under the water, when they're looking for their remains, if you will, it'd be very difficult to do so. But What it does do is it provides the ability to move more freely through the area. Hopefully they can get on vehicles with high clearance, depending on how bad the mud is or whatever, and cover more area more quickly to see if there's anybody in those trees. Also, if somebody has been in those trees as the water lowers down, as you don't see that fast moving water, there might be an opportunity for those who have survived in higher levels like the trees or something to potentially get down and then move through that calmer water to safety where they can be potentially rescued and link up with rescue.
Sherry, I pulled over and made a sandwich. I brought sandwich stuff. I mean, I'll buy food tomorrow, but I got some sandwich stuff to make on the way out there so I can get out there faster. That way I don't have to stop and go inside somewhere.
Rescue forces or anybody else who would have to be out there. So this is absolutely critical, but it also gives you an idea of the flash flood condition. The water jumped up 26 feet. That's over 8 meters within about an hour. And just as quickly, it is lowered back down. And you're seeing how fast it came down. So it was a very powerful, I can't say that enough, very powerful in terms of kinetic energy flash flood that moved through there. And you kind of get a sense for that. You know, with a slower moving flood, a lot of times you won't see as many vehicles. Steep flooding, you'll see it. But with flash floods, people, as they get warning, will hop in their vehicles and get out of there as quickly as possible. What you saw in the images coming out of this one is a lot of vehicles were caught up in the flood, and that's an indication that people just didn't have warning to get out of there. And that tells you that, you know, it was a pretty powerful flood. And tragically, what's going to probably indicate is that a lot of people just weren't able to get out. I mean, we have to remain hopeful that they're going to find more survivors. You know, that's the hope. Of course, the other side of that is they're also going to find those who did not survive, and that's the tragedy, you know, the catastrophe that something like this entails.
Can you speak to the involvement of the Department of Homeland Security in something like this? We just heard Secretary Nome talking about recovery efforts. How does DHS get involved? How does FEMA get involved?
Well, FEMA is a component of the Department of Homeland Security. And at the highest level, you know, Secretary Nome oversees all federal resources under the Department of Homeland Security, but that includes FEMA. That also, FEMA is also the executive agency, as is DHS, for anything under the Stafford Act. That's what they are the lead on. That's where you're going to see all the federal money, all the federal resources kind of falling under that presidential declaration with the Stafford Act. So she has an absolutely critical role in that. Now, and within FEMA, there's the administrator who's in charge of all of FEMA. But within Texas, that is what's called FEMA Region 6. And the nation is broken up into 10 FEMA regions. I used to work very closely with FEMA. Well, I was actually assigned for FEMA Region 9, which is pretty close to Texas, not that far away, dealing with the southwestern states and going across the Pacific all the way out to Guam. So that's a huge region, but I have worked with FEMA regions all around the country, and FEMA Region 6 is I think it's Regional Response Coordination Center is out of Denton, Texas, and I was kind of listening. They mentioned the State Emergency Operations Center had been set up. I would imagine at this point that the Regional Response Coordination Center is fully up and going, and FEMA Region 6 as well, and that will be used to coordinate all those federal resources. And I would think that they're moving proactively.
Oh shit, I did not mean to do that.
We continue to have hundreds of first responders on the ground, water, in this search and rescue.
There we go, right here.
This morning, and
sorry guys,
was able to confirm that Eloise Peck, Lila Bonner, and Hadley Hanna, 3 little girls, are confirmed among the missing from those camps that Robbie mentioned earlier. The city of Kerrville has established a reunification phone number, so if you are missing a family member, you can call that number. Now, there are shelters set up for those people that have been evacuated, but they are filling up, including the biggest one at Schreiner University. That one is completely full. And rescue efforts are ongoing, Robbie. Governor Abbott said he is going to deploy every resource that the state of Texas have to find and account for every missing person.
They will continue in the darkness of night. They will be taking
our North Texans and all Texans that are still out there and unaccounted for. And I know our Don White is at one of those prayer vigils in Dallas. Good morning, Don.
Sorry about that. I kind of messed up. I missed my spot on that video. Let's see if it's right here.
As we've been sharing, if you have family members in the area and just aren't really sure perhaps of how close they were to the river.
You've already listened to that one. Oh, I think this is where we're at. Yep, this is it. I think I just got it back on the channel.
Continue to bless our great state.
Yep.
We'll take a few questions.
Have the numbers changed? 27 dead, 27 missing from campus.
Sure.
What I can tell you is there's still 27 missing. We have recovered some additional bodies at this time. We're trying to identify at this time. What I can tell you, an update, there's 32 deceased. 18 of those are adults and 14 are children. 5 of the adults remain unidentified and 3 children remain unidentified. We're still working on that this time. As I said earlier this morning, the numbers are going to continue to change. They're going to continue to change until we're done. It's been a very good day as far as being out there and being able to do some things, and we've got a lot done.
And Chief, earlier there was a lot of conflicting information about the search, about the number of fatalities, the missing, even a lot of families and parents were rightfully concerned and more importantly confused about all this information. We just heard the judge refer to this as a shift from rescue to recovery. Can you clarify what that means? Are we talking about these missing people no longer believed to be alive?
You'll need the judge to answer that piece. Our state assets and local partners are continuing to search for live victims.
Now, is there any indication that there are still people out there alive? Any evidence?
History would tell us that after a certain time period, those chances diminish, and we can talk about all of the numbers and the metrics on that. Our hope and prayer is that there are still people alive that are out there, and we're still actively searching for them, and we will continue. And listen, that will turn into recovery at some point, and none of us want to put a time period on that right now. But when you talk to the men and women that are up there in those helicopters and out in those boats and walking the ground, they're looking for live people right now and doing everything they can to continue the search as fast as possible.
And Judge, just a moment to clarify, because we want to be very clear with especially families and parents that are watching this. What makes you feel like this is going from rescue to potential recovery? Because there is a difference.
We will eventually get to the recovery.
Well, we're going to do more than 2 more questions. I want to say this. My instruction to every state agency involved in this is to assume everybody who is missing is alive. And there's a need for speed. Not just every hour, every minute counts, which is why there's people in the air, people in the water, people on the ground right now, because they're looking to save every last life, and we will not give up that effort.
You know what? I gotta say this about Texas. To the Texas government, to the officials, to Governor Abbott, I am fucking proud of you guys. It's such a horrific, horrible disaster, catastrophe, mass casualty event, natural disaster, once in a 1,000-year flood. You guys are very adamant about not losing hope. I'm very proud of their government. Very proud of the government. 16 hours left, Amy. I am very proud of the state of Texas. I'll say this, God bless Texas. Very proud of you, Texas. Horrible situation, prayers go out for you, but kudos. You guys are handling this in a very, very, very positive way. God bless you, Texas.
I got updates at 7 o'clock. First night off, I've heard updates throughout the week, but not before Sunday. Was that a fundamental failure of the federal government's responsibility, people say?
You know, my background is before I was in the secretary position here under the Trump administration, I was governor of South Dakota and served in Congress for 8 years before I was governor. And so I will tell you that for decades, for years, everybody knows that the weather is extremely difficult to predict, but also that the National Weather Service over the years at times has done well, and at times we have all wanted more time and more warning and more alerts and more notification. That is something, and one of the reasons that when President Trump took office, that he said he wanted to fix, and is currently upgrading the technology, and the National Weather Service has indicated that with that and NOAA that we needed to renew this ancient system that has been left in place with the federal government for many, many years, and that is the reforms that are ongoing there. The timeline that I have, I don't oversee the National Weather Service, that's not under my department, but the timeline that I did receive from them was that the notifications started to look at its expansion for its limited flood impact area that started on July 3rd at 1:18 p.m. A flood watch was issued. Although it was moderate, it wasn't to the extremes that it was, that when the system came over the area that it stalled, it was much more water, much like I think we experienced during Harvey. The same type of system that was unpredictable in the way that it reacted and the way that it stopped right here and dumped unprecedented amounts of rain that caused a flooding event like this. They continued to elevate and up their notifications. You know, when your notification hit your phone, sir, I'm sorry, I can't speak to when that is, but I do carry your concerns back to the federal government, to President Trump, and we will do all we can to fix those kinds of things that may have felt like a failure to you and to your community members. But we know that everybody wants more warning time, and that's why we're working to upgrade the technologies that have been neglected by far too long, to make sure that families have as much advanced notice as possible. But
one more question, folks.
Question was search efforts. Bring back to command if they find or if they continue to clear. And that process is going to keep going. We are not stopping until we find everyone that's missing.
Thank you, everyone. That's all we got time for.
Go ahead.
Well, what's up, Brandon? What's up, Jessica? How you doing? Jennifer Darby. What's up? Absolutely, brother. Hope all is well with you, my friend. Sounds like they're very adamant with their search efforts. Very, very strong-willed. If anyone's alive, they want to find them while they're still alive. Which I respect that tremendously. Amy, if I can stay up, I'll drive straight through. However, we'll see.
Breaking news here in town.
Not found all the kids yet. Not yet, no. Not yet. Alright, I'm gonna turn on Starlink again, guys. We might buffer. Oh, we are on Starlink. Never mind. Never mind. That's weird. Okay. Guys, sorry about that. I was my wife just hit me up. Yep. What do you guys think? Who's all excited about us going to Kerrville, Texas? Not excited to see the horrible stuff, but like to have Captain on live cover it for you. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. What Army vet say? Me too. The coordination and rescue efforts are absolutely inspiring. 120%, Karen, I agree. Oh, my son just texted me. So, did I bring some weed? No. I'm not bringing no marijuana across state lines. Fuck that. Oh, my son texted me saying good night. Hold on, guys. Because you just texted me. What'd you say? Going night-night? I miss you already. I love you. Are you sleeping in your room tonight? Son? shorty. Sorry. Hey, $2 super chat, 16 hours crazy, be safe, pull over and rest if tired. Hey Blizzard, the whole trip is almost 20 hours. I've been on the road for a little bit. Look how long I've been up live streaming. Somewhere near Palm Springs is all I know. I have no idea exactly where I'm at. I'm just hoping I get out of California soon. Let's check my channel. Say yes. 36% said no to going to Texas. Majority votes yes, so we're going to Texas. There's actually a lot of negative comments on that post. I'm deleting all the negative ones. Damn, I should have turned off commenting on that post. Holy crap, lots of negative people. Call my son one more time. Whatsoever, and it's frustrating. Let me see, Wi-Fi calling. Starlink, so let me make a phone call. Dana came through the $50 gift towards gas. Hop in the chat, tell Dana thank you so much, guys. That's huge. Thank you, Dana. Hey, Crusher, I don't know if you're from California or not, but there's no law against it. The right lane is for semi-trucks in California, and the right lane is ate up in California. California has no law to mandatory be in the right lane when driving. That's only back east. That's other states. That's not here in California. Dana, thank you so much for your dono. I'm trying calling Hunter back. Oh, can you let me talk to him? Right? Hey, buddy. Yeah, I lost the internet on my phone. My phone turned off, so I hung up on you. I'm sorry. Because I called you and you didn't answer. Oh. Well, I just want to tell you, Sissy and Carsey, good night, and I love you. Good night, best friend. You call me tomorrow when you wake up? Hey, when you get a chance, look at the map. Look where I'm at. I'm really far away. I'm far, far away. You've never seen me this far. Alright. Well, I love you, buddy. Is Sissy awake or is she asleep? Let me talk to her. love you, Carson. Night-night, Carson. Daddy went bye-bye. Good night. Good night, Carson. I love you. Night-night. I love you. Alright, hey babe. You gonna be up for a while? I'll probably call you later. Alright, I love you. Yep, my son turns 2. We're having his birthday next weekend. Yep. He's almost 2. Tomorrow. Can't wait. Hey, we're 15 hours. 15 hours. And we're about an hour from the California border. Yes, it is diesel truck crusher, it is. That's a 7.3 liter Power Stroke diesel. The most reliable Ford diesel engine, in my opinion. One of the most reliable diesel trucks ever made. That's old. Holy cow. It's not a 22, it's saying 19 now. I don't know how accurate that is. I never really checked it. I guess we'll find out, huh? Fireworks says crusher. What's up, Sherry? How you doing? Oh, I'm in the chat. You're probably not talking to me. You're probably talking to a different JD. My plan is to document the situation. Get some footage and send it off to the news stations. Oh, nice. So is my cousin Ron. Well, I don't want to say his name, but so is my cousin. My cousin also lives in San Antonio. Hershey brownies. Nice. It's 1 a.m. in New York. Holy crap. I should be there around 1:30 p.m. tomorrow, which most likely I'll be there closer to 5. Because I doubt I'm going to be able to drive the entire way straight through. Big Worm, what's up? An hour outside of Blythe. I'm an hour away from Blythe. So I guess I'm an hour away from the border. I don't know. The California border, that is. I'm 1,125 miles from Texas. Fucking Nancy's. I've deleted like 20 comments on my YouTube account. Right now if he's asleep. Oh. He's a little dirty too. He's running around in the dirt. You okay, Ruger? Yeah. If he was asleep, he wouldn't have walked out up that fast. I've got probably like 30 or 40 people that's trying to comment, talking poo-poo caca, saying negative words about, oh, we don't need to be another looky-loo in the way, no outsiders, this or that. bunch of stuff, guys. And here's my response. Look, guys. First off, I'm not going to go anywhere that I legally cannot go. Oscar, we're going to go along with cats. Not really. He made thank you so much for that super chat. But he made him and cats came to a mutual agreement. He doesn't like them and they don't like him. They agreed to always fight on sight. They like to paw each other and bark, meow, and slap each other. So he likes staring at him, and they like scratching his nose. So cats and Ruger, they don't like each other. He's not a cat dog. Absolutely not a cat dog. Yeah, I've been getting a lot of negative comments about going out here. So I don't know how to explain it any better. But I'm not going to be going anywhere I cannot legally go. I'm going to do my best not to put my life in jeopardy. Obviously, I'm going to do my best to stay out of the way of first responders. And I'm going to do my job. Comments on YouTube. Yes, sir. It is comments on YouTube. On the main YouTube channel. Lots of negative comments. I didn't ask for people to throw a million comments out there. I just asked for you to vote. If you don't want me to go, click on the word no. But the thing is that that voting was up for several hours, and I had 600 people vote, but majority voted yes, so I decided to go. I don't blame you, Joyce. What's up, B? Nah, because, there's still people that like to watch and chat. They don't have to agree. It's just a little excessive on opinion sharing. A couple people actually live out there, and they're very angry about, outsiders coming in. I don't know why. I will, Oscar. Thank you for that. Absolutely, Tiger. I appreciate that. Absolutely. That's true, Worm. You ain't lying about that. It's mostly people talking poop while they're sitting on the couch. Thank you, Kimo. It's a long drive. Texas does not deserve this. Texas is a damn good state. God bless Texas. God bless Texas. And prayers for Texas, guys. Prayers for Texas. Doing is involved with anything that's going on. I'm just getting documented. Just like I documented the LA protest. You want to call them protests, they're borderline riots. I do too, Oscar. That's horrible, man. It's horrible when there's like a loss of life or a missing person due to a natural disaster. But it's even like the situation drastically changes when it's, you know, a child. When it's a child involved, it's horrible. It's horrible, man. I got 3 little ones at home. That's horrible. What's up, Charles? How you doing? How you doing? True that, guys. True that. We're about 40 minutes outside of Blythe. About 40 minutes outside of Blythe. Make sure you guys smash that like button. Grab yourself some popcorn. Subscribe to the smaller channel. Dad's going behind the scenes. Yeah. Very, very tragic event, guys. Very tragic. Texas deserves none of this. The only thing they deserve is love. Do that. We're 1,111 miles away. Kids involved and people want to talk shit. Hey, you know what? Anybody that wants to talk shit about this happening in Texas, the words I would have to say to them would get me banned on YouTube. So if you want to run your mouth about a child that's missing, that just shows what kind of person you are. If you want to mock the tragedy and the loss of life in this situation, that just shows what kind of coward you are. Absolutely. Oh wow. Hey, Big Worm, my cousin, John's nephew actually, my cousin, he lives in San Antonio. So the plan is to try to meet up with him, hopefully while I'm out there. Will do, John. Will do, brother. The internet has some very sick and disgusting people on it, but they've also got some really good people too. Prayers, the children are found. So sorry they are missing. Guys, you know what? If Texas could use one thing from you right now, they could use your prayers. Even if it's just one more soul that gets found alive. Guys, pray for Texas. Spam the chat with the praying. Don't disrespect Texas or what happened. Absolutely, I agree, Jesse. Do me a favor, spam my chat with the praying hands. And pray for Texas, guys. Just spam it. I don't even care if you're not religious. Just say a prayer, guys. Thanks, Julie. Thank you, guys. Spam it. I want you guys to spam it as much as possible. Spam the chat in honor of Texas, in hopes that they make some more rescues. If anybody's alive out there, let's hope they find them and find them fast. None of these people deserve this. This is horrible. They were out on, a lot of these people were on vacation with their church groups or with their families for a 4th of July vacation. Trying to celebrate, you know, this awesome country we live in, Independence Day, praising the Lord, and get some R&R, you know, some vacation time in, some family time in. And while they were sleeping overnight, this river rose over 20 feet in less than an hour. And unfortunately, it brought with it massive loss of life. Over 43 people, about 43 people, I believe, have been declared deceased. 27, I believe, or I think it's 27, are still missing. Out of those, lots of children are involved in this situation because there's a church camp right there along the river. So there's families all over Texas right now wondering if their child's going to be brought home. And I hope that their prayers are answered and that their children are brought home. I really do. So this isn't your normal live stream, guys. I don't care about getting clout for showing the devastation. I'm just gonna, document what's going on a positive note. And my goal is to document. My goal is to document a miracle. My goal is that God answers your prayers, and that we get to see a miracle, and we get to see people getting rescued. Or who knows, maybe my camera will pick someone up and we can help find a person. I don't know. It's in God's hands. Amen to that. I think the missing is worse than what they're saying, because they're saying that there's even people that they didn't even know were out there that are out there right now. They don't even have an account for who was all camping or how many people were out there camping. They just know from the summer camp reports. They don't know that the average Sue, her husband Rob, and their 4 kids that were camping in a trailer, they don't know that those people were out there. They don't know that this family of 6 was out there, because that family of 6 didn't sign up for a track meet, thing. So they don't know the official number. They just know what's being reported. At this time, it's reported, I believe, 27 people are still missing. 43 have been found deceased. And that number is obviously going to be changing as the clock ticks. Oh, joys. Crusher, we are headed to... if you look at the map, it looks central Texas, but it's more like southern. We are headed to 2 hours north of San Antonio. And I'm actually probably going to be going to stay at my cousin's house in San Antonio. He's at work, but he's like, dude, I don't give a... My cousin literally told me, he's like, I don't give a shit if you stay at my house, bro. I got a couch, go for it. Alright. So... Yes, the church camp. I was talking about the church camp, yes. Oh, wow, John. Oh, wow. Prayers for that they're safe, too. Thanks, Big Worm. Much love. God bless you. Thank you for watching. Hope all is well with you and your family. Hope you guys are doing good. I did when I went to summer camp, I only went for a week. Even winter camp was like 4 days. I wasn't there that long. I got 15 more hours. So, wow, Snickers Girl says she heard 52. I only have a confirmation on 43, so if I get a confirmation, I'll update that myself, but the confirmation I heard was 43. Do you have a source for that? Oh, Google's saying 51. Thank you, Anna. Amy, are you out there? Amy says, we are looking for the kids still missing. Amen. And don't ever give up that look, that search. Godspeed to our rescuers. Godspeed to our rescuers, guys. Absolutely, Worm. Absolutely. Why not? You can ride whenever. Why Texas? Because that's where the flooding is taking place. Lynn says, way too many lives taken so young. I'm going to pin that comment too. I agree. Way too many lives taken so young. Okay. She says, I don't know how many kids are missing, but I live in okay, it's on the news. She lives in Texas. That's true. Multiple news stations are giving reports, and some of those reports are conflicting. Yes, that is true. Some of those reports are conflicting. Yes, we are en route to Texas to report on the flooding. I believe it was Associated Press. Okay, thank you. Absolutely, Sherry, thank you. I love Texas. I used to go there all the time as a kid. And we also used to live there too. Yes, Gregory, we are live on the Behind the Scenes channel. NBC just said 51 dead.
To continue to invoke God Almighty. The one thing I hear the most from people across the country, really across the globe, are the prayers that are being sent for those who are in harm's way successfully rescued. Those who are giving thanksgiving to God right now because their family member has been located. Those who remain prayerful that their family member too will be found. This is a time when we as a state, we as a community, need God more than ever. Little kids off at camp, joyfully excited about the upcoming day to celebrate the 4th of July. The campers alongside the river, doing the same thing and enjoying one of the beautiful spots in the state of Texas. Asleep probably just a few hours from waking up. People that I know of who were not in harm's way, but went into harm's way to try to save the lives of others who lost their life. So many people have been swept up into an extraordinary catastrophe. It needs God, but it also needs a robust response by the state and local governments and by people who live in these communities impacted by this. We had a meeting with officials at the state and local level, and there is extraordinary collaboration to make sure that we are going to address everybody's concern as quickly as we possibly can. At the state level, we have Texas Task Force 1 and Texas Task Force 2. There are some of the best experts in the world.
Gregory, 5 hours, 15 hours. We should be there tomorrow around 2 p.m., I'm assuming.
At search and rescue missions. And know this, we remain in a search and rescue posture right now. So it's been going on in the course of the day, and you're going to hear stories here momentarily about exactly what has been achieved through those search and rescue missions. They will continue in the darkness of night. They will be taking place when the sun rises in the morning. They will be non-stop, seeking to find everybody who is unaccounted for. The Texas National Guard has been a part of that process. We'll hear the general in charge of that speak here soon, as well as the Texas Department of Public Safety and their operations. We also have game wardens from the Texas Parks and Wildlife that are involved in this process, as well as the Texas Division of Emergency Management. I have assured all of the local officials here that whatever they need, whether it be personnel, whether it be equipment, whether it be search and rescue operations, whether it be supporting them in their endeavors, whatever these communities need.
I'm going to try to get there. I'm going to try not to pull over as much. But I just read that one of you guys just said that grandparents, grandma and grandpa, were taking their 2 grandkids camping. They found the little girls, but they did not find the grandparents. That made me cry. I'm like trying to talk without crying, but yeah. Reading your comment just now just made me cry. Don't even want to cover this story. It's fucked up.
Then Texas is going to step up and provide it. But we know that what is needed and wanted the most is all the families out there who are waiting for information about their child or their loved one. And as you will hear, we are working on strategies to deliver on that information that families are craving. We're going to make sure we get information to families as quickly as we possibly can. But most importantly, we will stop at nothing to ensure that every asset and person and plane and whatever is needed is going to be involved in the process of rescuing every last person and ensure everybody involved in this is going to be fully accounted for. As a part of this, I'm signing a disaster declaration. Definitely one that includes this area, but includes more than this. And this is the proclamation here that I'll sign, but I want to tell you in here, I'm declaring a state-based disaster for those in the following counties: Bandera, Coke, Comal, Concho, Gillespie, Kendall, Kerr, Kimball, Llano, Mason, McCullough, Menard, Reeves, San Saba, and Tom Green counties. This will ensure all the counties that are identified in this, and there may be more that need to be added later, have access to every tool, strategy, personnel that Texas can provide. Put in everything we have in the entire state. Someone who's been involved in this and shares the commitment is the Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick.
Thank you, Governor. Dalton, who's our city manager.
I'm going to try to drive as long as I can, guys. If I can drive all night, I will. It just depends on when I start getting tired. I don't want to put myself at risk. So if I have to, I'll pull over and I'll just get there late tomorrow. It is what it is.
Who told us earlier that he was jogging at 3 in the morning along the river. And there wasn't a drop of rain falling. And within a few hours, the Guadalupe had risen about 26 feet And actually it rose that quickly in about 45 minutes of those 2 hours. And since that first alert early this morning, 4 and 5 a.m., it's here. The sheriff immediately sprung into action. And since 4 or 5 this morning, they have not stopped. We put forth 400 to 500 state employees, DPS, game wardens. I'll let the speakers talk about the specifics of everyone we had in the air, drones, helicopters, but from the first minute that this storm went from 3 in the morning, not a drop of rain, until the tragedy struck and the river rose, these people behind us go.
Hey, you want to do me a giant favor? Can you go ahead and ban that Joanna Wallace? She's in your chat talking shit about a stupid ass press pass, and she got banned for lying. She might shut her mouth. I say, can you go ahead and ban that Joanna Wallace? She's in your chat running her mouth about me. On YouTube. Yeah, Joanna Wallace. I asked her like 4 times tonight, because I'm driving out to Texas. I asked her 4 times tonight to quit the shit talking, and she didn't, so she got banned. And now she's in your chat talking shit, and all I'm doing is getting screenshots from like 1 million people. So I was like, fuck it, I'll just call Travis and ask him to ban her. Hey, thank you, bro. I appreciate it. Alright. Hey, stay safe, bro. I'll catch you later. I said stay safe. I'll catch you later. Alright, man. Alright, bye. And just like that. In my truck. Parking lot area, maybe an open 24-hour store if you ask him. Yeah, no, I'll be good, Stormy. I promise. If I get tired, I'll definitely. We there yet? Oh, I read that as we were yet. Hey, for those of you guys that say I never give my dog water, I'm not giving him water right now. He looks ate up right now. Ruger! Yeah, there you go. You look kind of weird with that angle, brother. No, that Joanna Wallace girl that got banned from my chat for like being very argumentative whether I have a real press pass or not, which I do have a real press pass. It's from a media company. I didn't print it out. They like gave it to me. Anyways, she's in her and that Katie girl are both in TW Live's chat. Bad mouthing me about a press pass. So, but Travis is cool. Travis is like, nah, dude, like, quit. Because I've had a lot of you guys email me right now and text me and stuff. Travis is like, guys, quit talking shit about other streamers in my chat. I respect that. So if you guys want, hop over to TW Live's chat. Go check out TW Live's on YouTube and give him $1 super chat and tell him thank you for being respectful. Shout out to TW Live. Restart my truck, turn it off and on real quick. I am hungry too, Joyce. I'm gonna pull over real quick. My radio just turned off. It's Apple CarPlay. It's junk. It just disconnected, so I gotta restart my radio. You've got to be shitting me. I'm gonna see that radio turn on and off. That's weird. I've had it for a while. That's actually really annoying. My radio just shut off. Robin, we are near Blythe, California. I'm not going to be very happy with that. That's going to be extremely frustrating if that radio just shut off on me. There we go. I had to wait a minute and let it reset. Now it's back on. Say, damn you, Alpine, you scared me. No, that's when I hung up on the phone, Travis. Yeah, I should have told him. I was like, you should ban that Joanna Wallace girl. Because she still got my name in her mouth in other chats. Yeah, shame on me for going. Shame on me. Wait, are you being a smartass or are you actually serious, Teresa? Are you being a smartass or are you serious? I love Soap for days. I like Alpine. I had Pioneer, nothing wrong with Pioneer. I love Pioneer, but I love Alpine a little bit more. I don't know. Joanna Wallace, Robin. Joanna Wallace. She's got my name in her mouth, I guess in her keyboard and other channels. But it's not a big deal, whatever. Right? Joyce, right? What's up, Judy? How you doing? Judy, shout out to you. How you doing? Her name should be Karen Wallace. Hey, that's rude. That's offensive to Karens. I know a few Karens and they're pretty cool. The actual people named Karen are super cool. Oh, we're in Blythe right now. Hey, look at that. Blythe city limits. Holy cow. I was gonna say, don't bring all Karens to that low level. I had like 5 or 6 people blow up my phone. Thank you so much to those of you guys that did that. Thank you. We are in Blythe, California, which is not my favorite part of California. If you live in Blythe, I'm sorry, but I hate Blythe. I hate it. It's haunted. It's scary. Some weird shit happened here. Sorry, guys. We're at 1,070 miles away. And now I'm starting to smell fire. And it's not my truck, it's outside. What? I'm only 2 hours from Phoenix, 2.5 hours? That's crazy.
Take a look at this drone video of the San Gabriel River. This was sent by viewer Greg Swanson. Williamson County officials tell KXAN 3 people are still missing. And for a little perspective here, the San Gabriel River floods once the water reaches 9 feet, but it crested at 33 feet. That was around midday today, a full 24 feet above flood stage. Water started to recede immediately after cresting, and it's currently at 16 feet, still in moderate flood stage. While we're in Kerr County tonight, family members confirm multiple young girls attending Camp Mystic did not survive the catastrophic flooding that struck that area over the weekend. KXAN investigator Helen Wiley reports that state officials say search and rescue crews are still searching for dozens of girls.
Search and rescue crews continue their desperate search along the Guadalupe River for missing campers. Some families are grieving.
The heroic efforts of people that worked in those camps, directors of the camps, people who owned the camps, who not just risked their lives, gave their lives to try to go save the lives of those kids.
The family of Mystic camper Lila Bonner confirming today that she did not survive the floods that inundated the camp, saying they are praying endlessly for others to be spared from this tragic loss.
Our hope and prayer is that there are still people alive that are out there, and we're still actively searching for them, and we will continue. And listen, that will turn into recovery at some point.
According to the camp's website, Mystic has operated in the hill country for nearly 100 years. The camp's owners, Dick and Tweety Eastland, were hosting roughly 750 children over this July 4th weekend.
It's the most wonderful family, the most wonderful Christian, loving camp in the world. And I hope my girls get to go back.
Former camper and now grandparent to a Mystic camper, Peggy Newman, said her granddaughter was among those rescued from the devastating flood.
They didn't really know how bad it was until the light, till the morning, and they could see. And then they looked out onto below them, which was the golf course, and they could, it looked like an ocean. Nothing but water.
Kelly Wiley, KXAN News.
Austin ISD Superintendent Mateo Seguro said tonight in a letter to parents that he was, quote, heartbroken to share that the Kerr County floods have impacted some of our Austin ISD families.
There's very few concrete pads that even remain. The RVs were swept away, the fleet was swept away. I mean, the little ground is scoured away.
It looks like a hurricane tore through Texas Hill Country. But the storm had no name and no warning.
I realized that the water is rising really fast.
Car horns screamed as vehicles shorted out underwater.
They start banging on everybody's door, getting people out.
If you were lucky, someone banged on your door. If not, this is how you woke up.
Was this like a worst case scenario because it's the holiday?
Absolutely. They were full. They have 14 reservations missing. I have 6 people missing.
If you didn't get out on time and you were in an RV, this is unsurvivable. Look at this. This RV shredded, wrapped around the tree. There's another one there, and then you can see another one down the river. This whole area was full of RVs, cabins. Everyone was here for the holiday weekend. This is a really popular area to celebrate the 4th of July. And it's gone.
Everybody lost everything. There were some people that were able to get out, but only in their underwear. With their dog, nothing else. Nothing else.
No time.
I'm standing in the middle of one of the saltiest lakes.
Dude, I hate when it does that.
Take a look at this drone.
I can drive. What? Did she offer to ride with or something?
course, Kerrville is where we've been centering a lot of our attention. It's where the news conference just was. It is the biggest community in the hardest hit areas of the hill country. But we've also been talking about Hunt, about Ingram, and Center Point, which is also not far from Kerrville. It was also hard hit by this flooding on the Guadalupe River.
We know that it's 8 miles southeast of Kerrville, and yesterday a lot of the first responders were having a difficult time getting to people because their firehouses, all of their infrastructure, that had been flooded out. Now we do have one of our reporters from our sister station, Gage Goulding. He's joining us now live from Center Point, where he is there to give us the latest. Gage, thank you so much for...
I'm officially in Arizona, guys. We just hit Arizona. Let's go!
Joining us for this coverage, and tell us what you've been seeing there in Center Point today.
Yeah, here in Center Point, a totally different situation than what we've been seeing over the last 24 hours. This is the Guadalupe River, and I'm quite confident that if you wanted to, you could swim straight across it. We saw people kayaking up the current really without any hesitation whatsoever. But I want to really just paint a picture for you here of what this looked like just a little over 24 hours ago. Where I'm standing at right now would have been under roughly 30 feet of water. And I know it's one thing to say that, but I want you to look over here. This is a home here along River Road. You see that deck the whole way up there? That deck stands 24 feet from the yard, which is another several feet above the river. The water reaching just inches under that deck. So think about that. This entire kind of hollow here, all of these backyards under more than 10, 15
I'm on the
feet
I-10.
of water right here alone. I mean, it's just...
I'm on the Interstate 10.
Incredible, unfathomable amount of water. All of this rising, according to the man that lives here, within about 10 or 15 minutes. In the middle of the night, too. Imagine. It's just an absolutely stunning thing to just understand where we're at right now. I'm 6'2". I would be under easily up to 18 to 20 feet of water where we're standing at right now. I want to show you some video that we took earlier because this is the location. It's been highly publicized. The video has gone viral of a young girl that was found clinging to a tree. She traveled down the raging, absolutely tearing Guadalupe River in the middle of the night for about 15 to 20 miles. She actually was staying at the HTRTX campgrounds. It's in Kerrville, right along the river here. Her family of her and 5 others that were just swept down the river. She was found clinging to this tree by the man that lives here, and we actually had to stop here, and it was an incredible story. He actually got choked up, but she is okay. Devin Smith is her name. She's okay. But the story goes, her 5 family members, however, are not. I want you to listen to this real quick.
She just kept screaming, and I thought she was in the river. It sounded like the voice was moving, but finally I was able to hone in on it and saw her in the tree. And so at that point, I went to hollering back.
Yes, I should be going through Phoenix, Allison. Absolutely, yes.
But you're going to have to hang on.
I'm 140 miles from Phoenix, about 2 hours.
I guess God had a better plan for me. And it's the truth.
She said, I'm grateful to be alive, but she said, I'm just hurting because her whole family, that's the largest bulk of her family was with her, and now they're unaccounted for, but
they have not been seen yet. They have not been accounted for. Travis Reynolds, who is his brother, is one of those that are missing. So Devin Smith, the one that was clinging to this tree, she's in the hospital. Other than, of course, the traumatic experience that she just went through, she's really okay. She got some bangs and bruises and a gash on the back of her head, but really, that's the worst of it for her, which is an absolute miracle that she was able to You can see they are very well staffed. Tons of people coming in and out of there. And actually, Eddie, if you pull out, you can see one of these crew members here right along the banks here. We saw horses going up and down, well, people on horses, I should say, and then people walking these banks right here multiple times. You know, it's not just one time. They're going, you know, combing through 3, 4, 5 times, making sure that there's, quite literally, I believe it was Governor Abbott said that they're not going to leave any stone unturned. But in this area here, if you're looking to get across here, I know there's a couple crossings of the river here, Camp Arrowhead Road. There's still heavy machinery there. It looks like the county or TxDOT working to open that back up. So even traveling around Center Point at this point, guys, is still quite a mess. Guys?
Yeah, Gage, you're exactly right. I mean, that's what we were talking about yesterday, was the fact that they couldn't even get to these volunteer fire stations because of the flooding. What have you seen in the city itself of Center Point? And I'm sure you've talked to other people. It breaks your heart. What do you think of the woman that was clinging to the tree that doesn't know where the rest of her family is? What have you seen there as far as damage and when you talk to people?
You know, I will say about the fire department, we hear there was about 4 to 5 feet of water inside the fire department. So as you look across, you can just only imagine how high that water actually was in that area. I do believe the apparatus was out, so those engines were out, you know, responding to calls already. But in the town of Center Point, what's incredible to see is how the damage is really localized here along the river, but you see so many people, Texans helping Texans, that are coming up. Even just in the time we've been here, look, you can see these folks here, they're cleaning up. The one gentleman, he's been working the phones, getting people all up and down the banks here, up and down River Road. But you see the guy on the little skid steer here, is somebody that just stopped by to help on out. People have been just grabbing brooms and squeegees to just get that muck, that river silt, that stinky, heavy silt that's deposited here, pressure washing, all of that stuff. I mean, it's been in all hands on deck, right? But a lot of people that aren't necessarily living in this exact area, living here on River Road or right along the Guadalupe River. But once you get a couple streets away, even the gentleman that lived here that had all that water, you know, nearly 30 feet of water just underneath his deck, he said he really only went about 1.5 blocks down the road. That was his safe spot. So that's the good news, is that those that are impacted, it's a hyper-localized thing. It's not like the entire town of Center Point necessarily was inundated by floodwaters. And it's because you kind of have this little bathtub area in this part of where we are at least along River Road here. So that does help out a little bit. But I really have to say the fact that so many power washer and getting it done, guys.
You know, Gage, I'm also struck by the fact you saw those guys. I saw numerous guys that you panned in over there, and then one guy walking. Looking for people, hopefully alive, along the banks of the river, and you're 8 miles from Kerrville. I mean, it's probably a process that's playing out in comfort.
Michelle, I'm feeling stressed out. I feel like I got some anxiety. It was a long trip. Just me and my dog. I feel like it's a horrible situation, and I'm sad. So, yeah, I don't know. Not too tired, not yet. Nice, Matthew. I appreciate the kind words, Rich. Much love, bro. Thank you.
That's playing out even down the river right now.
Yeah, you see this group right here. I mean, these are everyday Joes. I mean, this is community. This is people maybe from neighboring communities, neighboring counties that are coming out here. All of this debris here, by the way, was not here 36 hours ago. This carnage was caused by Mother Nature. So it takes every single person. Look, they're going through limbs and stuff. All the eyes, every set of eyes that you can get helps. And it looks like maybe a group is dispersing, because you got these guys walking down the river this way, and then there's groups over here walking kind of downstream, and then there's another group that's sifting through a big pile of debris. Remember, it's not like a fluorescent vest that's going to pop out of the brush and say, hey, I'm here. You know, in these situations, it's very difficult to spot, you know, people that may or may not be conscious. You know, they're looking for whatever they can find. And remember, there's big piles of brush too. There's undertow underneath the banks. So in the water and on the banks is an incredibly important thing. Like I said, those guys kayaking up the river, you know, I asked them, why are you doing this? It's like, well, I haven't had a calling like this. I haven't felt a need to serve like this since I was in the armed forces, in the Army. And, you know, that just tells you how powerful this is. They went to the gas station, got some Gatorades, and they're going to head on up the river, and whatever they can find, they can find. I said, what are you looking for? And they said, we're looking for people alive. Yes. That's the key thing here. Yes, you know, absolutely. You heard it in the press conference. This will turn into a recovery mission eventually. They're not ready to put a timetable on that. They don't want to put a timestamp on that yet because this area isn't ready for that. Kerr County isn't ready for that. The responders aren't ready for that. They are ready to find people, and that's their goal. You know, it might look like they're not doing anything, but looking underneath all these branches, all these little areas, that is how you find survivors. I've seen it in hurricanes. I've seen it in tornadoes. This stuff works, and it takes boots on the ground, and it's going to take time to cover this entire area. Remember, we're talking downstream too. So what they're doing right now, this is incredibly important work, and you know, you're going to see a lot more of it here today, and of course, throughout this next week, guys.
Gage Building, who has done a phenomenal job covering this for us. He's joining us from our sister station in Houston, KPRC. Thank you so much, and we look forward to seeing you again soon.
Texas is nearly unbearable during summer, and that's why all the locals flock towards places like the Guadalupe River. Along the way, we navigated swift water, paddled under ancient cypress trees, and all around had a great time. But the Guadalupe River wasn't going to let us off that easy. Challenges showed up early and stayed the whole time. That's over the top. For this trip, I teamed up with Chris and Michael Bone. They're brothers and also lifelong friends of mine.
The only thing left to do is get these other kayaks in the river and head up.
I'm not trying to listen to kayaking Texas.
Speakers talk about the specifics of everyone we had in the air, drones, helicopters, but from the first minute that this storm went from 3 in the morning, not a drop of rain, until the tragedy struck and the river rose, these people behind us, Governor, have done everything they can. And there have been a number of rescues, and I'll speak to that as well during the day. And I echo what the Governor said. As I said earlier, we will not stop.
Yes, Digby, I got my doggy with me. He's right here.
We find every body. The rescue continues that effort. We will not stop. And it is God Almighty that we need. Not a thought and prayers message. And get down on your knees and pray for these families tonight and all these children. Thank you.
Thank you. There's going to be other people who speak here, but before they do speak, I want to recognize a few others who will be involved in this process. One is the state representative from this area, West Virginia, won't you? Let people know who you are. And we're also in the state senate district of Senator Lee Flores. And we have the Texas Parks and Wildlife Game Warden. Kerrville was here first. Thank you all for being a part of this process. And now I want to turn things over to Sheriff Lee.
Yes, Sheriff Larry Lee, the Kerr County. What I'd like to let y'all know and the public know is, like the governor said, we do have all the resources we need at this time, and we will continue to have them until we finish this mission. I want to tell y'all that we will be working around the clock 24/7 until every person is found. What I can confirm at this point, we're at about 24 fatalities. We're not going to be giving any names out at this time. We're still notifying next of kin. Also, I've been notified one fatality has been found in Kendall County. I cannot say it's related to this incident at this time, but we'll let y'all know when we find out more information. And I ask the media to be real patient with us during this time. We've got a lot of things going on. You'll see what, there's a lot of people here. We have a lot of resources. We just need more time, and we're looking really forward. We'll be working 24/7 overnight into tomorrow through the next several days in this mission.
We will get you information as we get it. We will get it to you. We'll continue to have briefings. We'll continue to keep updated at this time. At this time, I'll turn it over to Mayor Herring.
I'm Joe Herring Jr. I'm mayor of the city of Kerrville. My job today is to tell people thank you. People from across the state have come to help. City, county, state, all working together, all working for the same goal. I want to say thank you to the dedicated men and women of the first responders. You are our heroes today.
So we're just listening to the video and audio, guys.
We will rescue those in peril, and we will find those who are missing. I'd also ask, please pray for our community. This is a hard day, and there will be hard days to come. Pray for us. We covet your prayers. Thank you.
The task of the Texas Department of Public Safety is to serve and to protect our state, as well as to keep people safe. I want the Director, Colonel Freeman Martin, from the Texas Department of Public Safety to explain to you all the details.
Guys, if I take a break from driving, I'm just going to sit there awake. I'm not tired to where I need to go to sleep. So I'll probably take a break around 2, maybe 4 in the morning. But right now, I'm actually not tired. Thank you, Dice Mama. Appreciate the kind words. Much love. Good night.
Tell us about the links that DPS has gone through over just less than the past 24 hours, which has been very helpful in what you guys helped accomplish.
Well, this was a catastrophic event. It was a mass casualty event, and we don't want to get up here and brag about, the successes when there's life lost and kids that are still missing. But I can tell you, every asset, every resources that the Department of Public Safety has is being used here today. We have long-lasting relationships with the sheriff, Larry Leith, that go back 30 years, working with the mayor, and we brought in over 100 troopers this morning.
You know what? If you guys are going to watch, as long as you're watching and you're chatting, I don't mind. Do you guys want me to stay live the whole way out there? Yes or no? To me, it's boring. But do you want me to stay live the whole way out? Yes or no? Hop in the chat. Let me know. Hop in the chat. Let me know. Do you guys want to stay live the entire way?
Boats, rescue drivers, divers, 7 rescue helicopters with hoist capabilities, and that was just today. We have another shift coming in tonight and another shift in the morning. We'll really ramp it up in the morning, but we will not stop. In addition to the search and rescue, that's the priority right now. Moving forward, tomorrow we're going to bring in communications operators, victim services people to help our partners here in Kerr County and HHSC. We have Parks and Wildlife here. They're providing just many boat teams, and they have 2 rescue helicopters. Today we had the Texas Military Department, the Texas Department of Public Safety, Parks and Wildlife, Task Force 1, everybody working in support of our local partners. That's what right looks like. There are no egos here. There's nobody in charge. We're all working together. We're all communicating, and we will not stop until we find every last person. So we'll be here for days to come. This is not. This won't end. Tomorrow is going to be a very important day. We had a hard time getting in this morning with the weather, the way it was. So as the day went on, it picked up, and we were able to rescue more and recover more. That will continue tomorrow. We have more resources en route. So with that, I'll turn it over to General Selson.
Good afternoon. As the governor has already said, he has ordered me to provide every capability that the Texas National Guard has to these local officials in this community. Today, we activated 5 helicopters with hoist to do rescue operations. They were paired with rescue swimmers from Texas Task Force 1. These crews train together year-round just for this.
The people talking, that's the National Guard, so they are deploying the National Guard.
On the way to support the community. shelter locations. As of a few hours ago, we had rescued or evacuated 237 people, and 167 of those were by helicopter. So we're having a very good helicopter response when the weather allows. Additionally, in our operations tomorrow, we'll be sending personnel to help with evacuee shelter management, and also...
Thank you, Governor. Our prayers are rooted in action. We've had folks on the ground. Your State Emergency Operations Center was open at 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon. The original forecast that we received on Wednesday from the National Weather Service predicted 3 to 6 inches of rain in the Concho Valley and 4 to 8 inches of rain in the hill country. We worked with our own meteorologists to fine-tune that weather statement, and as many of you know, and many of you in broadcast journalism, meteorology, you can go back and look at your own forecast, and the amount of rain that fell in this specific location was never in any of those forecasts. Nonetheless, in partnership with our local officials here, we have resources that have been surrounding this area.
I'm going to show you guys something.
Yesterday. When the rain fell and the calls came in, we immediately jumped into action alongside of our local partners.
There's still some isolated showers
partners that are here,
and thunderstorms.
150 personnel, search and rescue experts.
There's still some isolated showers and thunderstorms in the area that we're going to, so the water is not fully stopped dropping out of the sky.
804 assets, vehicles, boats, and helicopters. I want to run through that list really quickly. 150 from Texas Task Force 1, that is 30 boats and additional high-profile vehicles. You heard from Colonel Martin in the Texas Department of Public Safety. Colonel Vanderroos down on the end has over 170 personnel here, 167 four-wheel drive vehicles, and over 53 boats in addition to their aircraft. You heard from General Seltzer about the military departments, the 8 and 4 services here to help us do tree removal and get trees out of the way and help with incident management. The Department of State Health Services has 164 members from the Emergency Medical Task Force here with over 71 pieces of equipment. You may see ambulances in this county that aren't anywhere from here that are the task force. There will be questions about reunification centers. There'll be questions about noticing. Our local partners will answer those questions when you have them. And Governor, at this point, that ends my prepared remarks.
Thank you very much. So this is a 24/7 effort. Everyone needs to know, day or night, whatever hour of the day, there will be local officials, state officials collaborating together. Also want to thank the Secretary of Homeland Security, Christine, any assistance that we need. Secretary Doug Burgum, Secretary of the U.S. Department of the Interior, who called and offered any resources we need. Senator Cruz called and offered any support that they could provide. So this is something where the federal government is leaning in and wants to assist the community here in the heart of Texas to accelerate the process, to be able to draw this to a very positive conclusion. And it's something that Texas will continue to lean into. We'll take a few questions.
No, at this time, sir, no, we don't have an estimate. The problem was it was a holiday weekend here. We have a lot of campers here, and we do not know that number at this time. No, it's still we're up between 23 and 25. We have not confirmed that yet. It's still
I'm going to give you a good example. Where's he at? Yeah, this I'm going to have the city manager can explain to you kind of in real life terms exactly what happened, when it happened, and how it happened, and why it was so unpredictable.
Thank you, Governor. And as the Lieutenant Governor alluded to, I was out on the river trail this morning, which is, again, at water level of the Guadalupe Bay. I was out there about 3:30 this morning doing a jog. I left there probably about 4 o'clock. There was very light rain, no signs of the river. I come from the Houston area, so very used to hurricanes, very used to flooding. We kind of monitor that, checked some different areas. We did not see any signs of the river rising at that time. I started getting phone calls probably about 5 o'clock. We went, the fire chief Maloney and I went back out to Louise Hayes Park, up on the top section. Emergency plan ready for the 4th of July event, which is at the river level. By the time we got to the National EMR truck, we could not get it out, and we almost got stuck on the top level. So there's a pavilion down in Louise Hayes Park. Within an hour and a half, it had already risen well over 20, 25 feet. So we were monitoring that as much as we possibly could. And again, I'm relatively new here. There's alarms typically in Comfort or further downstream. But when you look at the headwaters of the Guadalupe, which we are at the headwaters of the Guadalupe, there's a north and a south fork. And so under, we'll say since 1987, under normal conditions, if you call it that, you'll hit water in one of those areas. And those two forks will converge into the Guadalupe, which comes through the city of Kerrville. This rain event sat on top of that and dumped more rain than what was forecasted on both of those forks. When we got the report, it was about 7 feet or so on the South Fork, and within a matter of minutes, it was up to 29 feet, and all of that converged at the Guadalupe, and that's where we saw those very quick rise in flood. So there's not alarms everywhere on the river. No, sir.
So they don't have alarms all along the river. We are 100 miles away from Phoenix. Bako, I don't want to spam my other channel with driving videos. So the not so crazy action stays on this channel, and the crazy action stays on the other channel. That's why I have 2 channels, so I don't spam it.
So just like anything with evacuations, is very difficult, right? There's a balance between, do you evacuate and put chaos onto the road and potentially risk people getting stuck on a road? This is the hill country. For those that haven't been here, there are hills. There's a lot of low water crossings. And if you spark an evacuation at the wrong time or create an evacuation, you could go into a mass panic, get people on the road, which could be even more deadly by having vehicles swept away. So there's a very fine balance between sheltering in place, getting to the high grounds. A lot of our operations plans, especially with these camps, that is the plan, is sometimes shelter in place, get them to those known high grounds, and then wait for rescue. Again, when this came in, people are sleeping. Even if you were able to try to get notification, that evacuation period is a very delicate balance.
Yes, so starting early this morning, we had about 107 game wardens along the group trying to make access into the camp. Shortly after midday, we breached over into the camp and were able to start removing children from the camp from there.
That's the only one that's Camp Mystic. All the other camps are
Yeah, I hope they find a way to better notify people, maybe set alarms, sirens. That way they have sensors inside the river maybe, that when the river gets up so high, those sensors will set off the alarms and people will get a better notification. My wish for that part of Texas would for them to invent some type of warning system.
We're working anywhere from 30 miles west of Kerrville on the Guadalupe River. On our east side we didn't have any problems. Everything is pretty much west of Kerrville. All our issues are from this flooding. Yes, we're about 30 miles from anything close to the rivers where we're seeing property damage and missing people.
To add on to that, when you look at the 100-year flood map, we're trying to get as much comparison as we can. While we don't know if it's the exact 100-year floodplain map, it is darn close, and so that shows a lot of stuff when you look at that. So anything along the forks, anything along, camping, cabins, RV parks, even some things that were kind of on the higher end RV parks, where again the massive amount of water that came in, we're just moving those vehicles out of those areas.
Oh God! What the hell, Grandpa? What the hell? Oh hell no!
Is Jay home?
Yeah, Governor, I'll take that. So the State Emergency Operations Center started having daily briefings yesterday on the potential for flood for
That
all
is
of
true,
this part of
Charlie.
Texas, from
Charles,
here out
that is
to
true.
San Angelo and Abilene and further out. We have been in contact with local officials, and at some point in time in the future, we're happy to share those emails and contact information of what we had shared. But listen, everybody got the forecast from the National Weather Service, right? You all got it. You're all in media. You got that forecast. It did not predict the amount of rain that we saw. Well, yes, sir. So using the National Weather Service data, which we were all looking at, they were warning 3 to 6 inches of rain. However, some of those models showed numbers that were higher than that, which caused us to activate additional resources and have them in the area just in case. And those were put immediately into use as soon as the rain fell and the 911 calls started coming in. They were already here. It's a great question. It was Texas A&M Task Force 1 Swiftwater rescue teams, as well as military high-profile vehicles, and the aircrafts were close in theater, but not directly in theater. And those Swiftwater boat teams are professionals from San Antonio and Austin and the surrounding area. They got here at noon yesterday. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. To the point where one of the response vehicles got washed away. That's how fast they got caught up in it. They were in the middle of it. They were ready to go. Not to the roof, no, sir.
The fact of the matter is, the calls were coming in first, from my team in the governor's office, Chief Kidd, the other leaders, where we collaborate on this all the time. But
well, that one's over. No, the Dean. That's I'm in a K&A group chat.
People killed in Texas continues to rise as the state grapples with historic flooding. At least 43 people are dead, including 15 children. Maribel Gonzalez is in England, Texas, and has more.
Rushing waters from the Guadalupe River swallowing roads. Its force knocking down trees as central Texas is pummeled by historic rain, triggering flood emergencies.
It was definitely shocking to see it get that high.
The Guadalupe
River rose more than 20 feet in 2 hours.
The event happened very fast. Rose over 20 feet, 30 feet within less than a 2-hour time span.
Texas officials confirm more than 24 people have died, including several children. Among the victims, 9-year-old Jamie Hunt, who was at Camp Mystic when the flooding struck. While many of the campers have been reunited with their families, officials say several girls are still missing from the popular summer camp.
Will be relentless in going after and ensuring that we locate every single person who's been a victim of this flooding event.
Hundreds have been rescued or evacuated since Friday, and many families are still desperately searching for loved ones, including Ty Baden, whose daughter and friends are missing.
We prayed that all 4 of them are still alive.
One of the worst hit areas is in Kerr County. This home swept away by the river. The fierce waters destroying several homes in Kerrville, including Scott Walden's.
Water got up there in the door about this high. And I looked at my wife and it was like, we need to get out of here.
I'm Maribel Gonzalez reporting.
Our hearts are dead.
Wow. Let's play CNN.
And we continue to follow breaking news out of Central Texas. At this hour, a desperate search and rescue effort continues for dozens of people missing after floodwaters inundated an area north of San Antonio. Among the missing, 27 young girls from a camp, Camp Mystic, one of many summer camps along the Guadalupe River. And this morning, another round of heavy rainfall triggered more flash flood emergencies in the region. Hundreds have been rescued, including this person who was clinging to a light pole. Officials say at least 27 people have died, 9 children and 18 adults. Among the fatalities, 9-year-old Jamie Hunt, her mother confirming to CNN today that the young girl who was among the 24 missing from Camp Mystic has died. And also confirmed killed Jane Ragsdale. She was director at another girls' camp, Heart of the Hills, which was not in session at the time. Ragsdale is described as the heart and soul of that camp. We've got a team of correspondents and meteorologists covering these fast-moving developments. Let's begin with CNN's Ed Lavandera.
Hi, Frederica. Well, this morning as we were arriving here in Hunt, Texas, we were surveying some areas that were heavily damaged, and from just beyond this ledge that went down in toward the edge of the river, we heard a man calling out Joyce Catherine. Joyce Catherine happened several times, and we kind of followed the voice, and that's where we met Ty Baden. He is a father of 21-year-old Joyce Catherine Baden. His daughter had come out here to spend the July 4th weekend with 3 other friends in a home just along the river. And they lost contact with the group around 4 a.m. early Friday morning. Ty Baden had spent the morning walking, and by the time we met him, he'd already walked along about a mile, had come across the body of another young victim and called it in to 911. And this is a father desperately searching for his 21-year-old daughter in hopes that he would stumble upon a miracle.
Three
friends.
Yeah, well, he's 4 of them. Correct. And she and the young man, they went to elementary school and high school together, and with one of her friends, Ella Cahill, that's her boyfriend, Hayden is. They went to school through high school, so they've known each other a long time. The other girl, her name is Reese. I can't remember her last name right now. She is Ella's roommate at UTSA, so we never met her or her parents, but God bless her. And we prayed that.
What's up, Josiah?
All 4 of them are still alive.
All 4 of us.
Yes.
No,
all missing.
I'm not a cop.
It's been.
But I know you are.
Yesterday morning that we were told that they were on the phone with Aiden's dad, who they own the house. Well, it was a very nice house, and no longer there. And Aiden said, "Hey, I've got to go. I've got to help Ella and Reese." So he gave the phone to Joyce Catherine. Joyce Catherine said they just got washed away, and then a few seconds later, the phone was dead, and that's all we know. So we presume that she got washed away as well. And if you go back to where the
The drive is dark. It's slow. And long. It's a long drive. I don't know. And I already told you, bro, you don't gotta call me Grandpa in the chat. You can call me Papi Chulo like you do in person. Josiah, you already know you can just call me Papi Chulo in front of people too. That's okay.
10 years old, and he was dead. So we just...
You saw that this morning?
Yes. So we're just walking and doing the same thing we were doing. We stumbled across him. Hopefully we can find our children, our daughter and her friends alive. So anyway, I asked you if you would pray, and whoever watches this thing, pray. We got together and picked up our son and came over here, and we waited around at a center.
I also wish I had a co-pilot, guys. I would be nice to take a nap while someone else. Do I work for On Scene? I ain't got nothing against On Scene, but I work for K&N, bro. There's got to be someone from Chad.
And God bless them, they're doing a great job. It's in England, Texas, at the elementary school, and they're kind of like the place where all the survivors are brought. We were hoping that we would hear our daughter and friends' names called, but they never did call. So we said, this morning we're going to come out.
Yes, I'm on my way to Texas. I'm probably about an hour and a half outside of Phoenix. But yes, I'm on my way to Texas. We're about 13 hours out, just over 1,000 miles. We have about 1,000 miles to drive.
Try to find them ourselves.
You're walking through this mess, hoping for a miracle.
Keep the faith. That's all we can do. So, that's all I got, Ed. Thank you.
Tell us about your daughter.
Yes, she's a beautiful girl, and I think I sent you a picture. She's a wonderful girl. Couldn't ask for a better daughter. All through school is just easy, no shenanigans or anything like that. I mean, she was a normal girl. We would have fun, but yes, we loved her dearly.
Yeah, okay. Alright. Yeah, no. I don't know who's, everyone obviously knows who I work for.
Frederica, I
also love K&N. Zach, the guy that runs K&N, has been pretty good to me, guys. So I'm proud to say that I do work for Key News Network, along with Josiah, that has a channel, Quality Moment Productions.
Wrenching, as we were winding down the interview there, as he continued to search, he told me about how he read a book years ago about a father during World War II whose child had been in a house that had been bombed, and the father spent days and days combing through the rubble trying to search for his son and never gave up. And after days of combing through the rubble, the man during World War II found his kid, and he just told me, he goes, I hope I'm that guy today. And that's powerful. Think about what that poor man and his family are going through today.
I hope he's that guy too. All right, Ed Lavendera, thank you so much. Officials confirming at least 27 people are dead and dozens more are missing following severe flash flooding in Kerr County. An intense rescue effort is underway right now after torrential downpours triggered the flooding along the Guadalupe River, raising the water level more than 20 feet in less than 2 hours. Our CNN affiliate KABB is on the ground in Hunt, Texas, showing us the catastrophic damage at one community store.
I want to walk you through, they didn't want to be on camera, but they walked me through this area and what it did look like. So they said that this was once all boarded up, this was all brick and now completely opened up. That's just to show how fierce that storm was and how it powered through. I want you to walk with me down here closer so you can get a closer look inside the actual building. You can just see just the debris that is completely clinging on to the building. But if you take a closer look here inside, you could just see it is just completely packed in there, just all the debris that just swept right into the Hunt store here in Hunt. This is a staple, they were telling me. I did speak to the cashier who worked here for many years, and so he saw a lot of residents come into the area. I also want to mention that closer down here, again, there's lots of debris, branches down power lines. What I thought was just devastating, what they told me, was right over here is where the post office once was. If you believe it, I was completely shocked. He said this is the brick from the post office, and as you can see, it's completely gone. It's no longer here. But what we did find was a Cassandra, what's her name tag, which was somewhere further where we first started. It's just everything is scattered here. It's just devastating, just the amount of destruction this floodwater caused here in Hunt. So we're still speaking with residents here, and I did ask the cashier here about like rebuilding. Where do you go from here? And he says, you just completely take this, you just rebuild from the start, bottom up.
And a local resident whose family lived in the area for more than 100 years says he's never seen anything like this.
This very well may be the worst flood Hunt has ever seen, because it would have started back up the South Fork. The devastation is unbelievable. How these kids survived in any of these camps along the river is nothing short of a miracle. But I did. I grew up at this store. I've known about. Like I said, I've danced here. I've been here. Sat by the fireplace in a rocking chair, drank a beer.
BDH, I was gonna say a dirty joke to that response, but I'll text it to Army Vet. There, I just text Army Vet the response.
The devastation, there are just no words, Taylor, that I can say that describe what I'm seeing. My ranch, it was completely underwater. The water got that high. Just unbelievable.
It is unbelievable. And again, 27 people, including 9 children, their bodies have been recovered. They died. And the search continues for 27 young campers, all from an all-girls camp.
I'm Mayor Joe Herring Jr., Mayor of Kerrville, Texas. I'm glad you're here, and I have a few comments to make. People need to know today will be a hard day. It will be a hard day. This is the message I want to share. The city of Kerrville is thankful. We have help from our city crews, from county personnel, from state agencies, and federal resources, including the Coast Guard. I have been asked how people can help. The sheriff has mentioned that a fund has been set up by the Community Foundation of the Texas Hill Country. Information about this can be found on the city's Facebook page. In fact, if you want to know how to help, I know from my phone, from my texts, from my emails, thousands of people across our state and the world want to know how they can help. The easiest way to get information about that is to follow the City of Kerrville Facebook page. City of Kerrville, City Hall, Facebook page. They have done an admirable job of making sure all resources and all information is available, not only to the citizens of Kerrville, but to the citizens of the world. I'm thankful you're here. Today will be a hard day. Please pray for our community. Next up, the city manager, Dalton Rice.
Mayor, Dalton Rice, the city manager for the city of Kerrville. Just wanted to give a couple updates on operations. Operations did continue through the evening. We use specialized equipment with a lot of helicopters trying to identify any areas that we could find heat sources or whatever. So operations did continue throughout the night. Obviously the water did recede into this morning. I do want to encourage folks with road damage, even though a road may be open, please use extreme caution. If water does get under the road, we are seeing a lot of debris, a lot of asphalt that is washing up, so there could be some other damaged areas. We did start boots on the ground operations about 8 a.m. this morning and started about southwest of Hunt, so southwest of Camp Mystic. These folks will be traveling very difficult terrain up through Ingram, and we're going to start getting information. So again, as the sheriff had alluded to, the information is changing constantly, and it's going to be changing by the minute. Talk about roads. Don't do your own searches. We know everybody wants to get help. As the roads start clearing up, you're gonna want to get out there. We are in constant communication with families. We're in constant communication with those around, and so we will continue to effortlessly working with our partners. Again, we've been working with Border Patrol, Texas DPS, game wardens, federal side. The U.S. Coast Guard is here. We want to thank them. Air assets. Again, we have hundreds of state and federal and local resources.
You guys are funny.
Supporting this community. We do have grief counselors out there, so if there's anybody that needs any support, please don't hesitate to reach out as well. We still are operating shelters. Shelters are the same ones that we gave out before. Good news is a lot of the shelters have gone down in numbers, so there's either been those that have been reunited or kind of moving on. A couple of locations we had 18 girls in there that have been reunited with their families. We're down to about 4 that we're working on reunification as well. So reunification efforts are continuously ongoing from the missing person side. Here over the next few hours, we're going to be putting more information out there as far as missing persons, on how to contact if you have somebody that is missing or a loved one. Y'all have the camp number right now. We are continuously working on the other missing person side. The best way that I can sum this up is we have the known, which is the 27 potential missing campers that we're looking for now. The unknown is how many people were here locally, visiting, on vacation, doing other things in the community that we just do not have numbers. So these numbers are going to change throughout the day. And with that, we'll take 5 questions. The 27 missing is the children from Camp Mystic that we have as far as right now for the number. As far as unknown other missing, we do not have an accurate count, and we don't even want to begin to estimate at this time. Yeah, absolutely. So,
it says 13 hours. 13 hours.
For folks from Texas Task Force 1, DPS, game wardens, and Border Patrol that are boots on the ground on each side of the river, starting in Hunt, and they're starting to make their way up. Across this entire area, it's probably about a 17-kilometer stretch. They are going to be in very debris terrain, very difficult, challenging contours along the riverbanks. So it is a very harsh environment. We are doing what's called a primary search, which is basically a very quick search, but when I say quick, that is up, down, sideways. They're turning over as many rocks as they can, culverts up in trees. They're looking at every possible location, and then we'll start going into a layered approach, or what we also have from the locals, which has been a really great resource. In the floods that we have, there are known collection points where debris tends to collect along the riverbank. We do have intel on what sites and locations those are, so we can also put additional resources into those collection sites and start getting a more focused approach on that.
There are so many people, I know this is so early, but there are so many people already asking, what can be done to stop the loss of life? We saw Thursday and figures going up. We have seen unknown number when it's 27th here. They're scared.
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think that's a question that we definitely need to answer at some point in time. Right now, our focus is on the search and rescue efforts, making sure that we get these families out, get some closure, where we can. And so I think that is a great question that we need to ask ourselves, but right now we want to focus on search and rescue operations. Yes, we have been in continuous search and rescue operations. Again, this river, even though it started in West Kerr, this goes all the way down through East Kerr County and is continuing on, to the southeast. So yes, search and rescue operations are continuously ongoing, and we'll continue to update on that. One more question. Typically rescues, if we do find them, they're going to be in trees, or we find them, either on high ground. Again, most of the rescues that we are having at this point in time are other camps. So we have a lot of camps, and they are all accounted for, but they are isolated because of road damage. So we know where they're at. We're getting them food, water, resources, and now it's a matter of just getting them safely across, low water crossings or other areas to other shelters. So. Absolutely not. We are not going to give a list of the names. We want to protect, those families and their information. The other thing I want to point out, and thank you for bringing that up, these families are getting bombarded with spam calls and spam information. So we want to keep the kids' information and these families' names out of any public light, to give them the opportunity to grieve and to make sure that we give them the best possible resources that we can and get them reconnected as soon as possible. So some of them are, and some of those have been a great help as well. So yes, it is a double-edged sword, but we need to work through it. So our next one will be at 2 o'clock, and we'll give updates then. Thank you.
All right, that briefing coming from Kerrville, Texas, there in central Texas, after this horrific flash flooding took place yesterday along the Guadalupe River. And this is a river that is dotted with dozens of summer camps. People come from far and wide in the thousands for their kids to be going to camp along the Guadalupe River there. And we just heard the update.
Oh, they just updated. Okay, they just updated. I found an update. I can tell you 30 minutes ago, CNN says 51 dead, 27 girls still missing, 51 dead. Oh my God, that's horrible. But I didn't read it. I'm seeing your guys' comments. I'm only going off what I see on the actual videos. So this is a video right here that says 51. I got people saying 53 and 54. So I'm not too sure. That number could even be higher by now. And I wouldn't be surprised if this number reaches closer to 100 as the river keeps on receding. And yeah, this is a horrible, tragic loss of life event. So let me, we're gonna play this video right here. But yes, you matter.
We will not put a number on the other side because we just don't know. Campers are coming in for the 4th of July weekend. People are camping along the riverbank. People are coming in to visit. There's a number that we just don't know yet, and we don't know what we don't know. So as things are starting to develop, and as things are starting to move along, we're not going to know. So we're just going to continue to inform progress.
Beautiful souls gone but not forgotten. May God be with the families.
The big question was, what do we do? And, you know, things were getting dicier by the moment. We couldn't tell if the water was going to continue to rise. So I said we need to get out of the house. So I grabbed my wife and we literally jumped in the water and it swept us down to... we grabbed hold of and we waited for rescue. I literally pulled out my waterproof phone and started calling people going, hey, get Swiftwater Rescue to come get us because we are like in extremis. We are in bad shape.
Trail. This is bad.
I'm pretty sure the water's been too greasy. Yes. I don't know if another storm's coming in. Let's see. Yeah, chance of thunderstorms all day tomorrow into about 7 p.m. Chance of rain and thunder all the way until 7 p.m. tomorrow. Oh, that's horrible, man. Yep, I'm still en route, Robin. What's up, what's up? What is the clown for? What do you mean clown? I'm so lost.
News down in Texas that left right now. The death toll there continues to rise as the state grapples with historic flooding. It's been a big story. In the last 5 hours, 18 more deaths have been confirmed, bringing the death toll at least to 50 at this hour, including 15 children. But the number of missing has now increased to 29, including a number of young girls. Jason Allen is on the scene right now in Hunt, Texas.
Search and rescue teams climbed over piles of debris spreading out across the Guadalupe riverbanks that had been underwater.
I really appreciate that, Deline, but I do appreciate it. I'm just gonna hey, we're near Tonopah. I'm just gonna rough it. I do appreciate it though. That is true, Snickers girl. That is true.
Anyone who may still be there. Friends and family of the missing also searching, overcome by how much has been lost. Ryan Blackburn came to the river looking for signs of his sister and her husband.
We're still hoping for the best, and that's all we can do, that and pray.
They were staying in their family vacation home with friends when Texas officials say the river rose more than 25 feet in less than 45 minutes early Friday morning.
Kit and Martha made their way, fighting the current around the house, and that's when she got swept away.
Some of the searches have led to incredible stories of survival.
All of a sudden we just hear somebody say, help, help, somebody help us.
Natalie and Emily Rayford say they were looking and found an 8-year-old girl in a pile of debris.
Did you ask her what had happened, how she was able to make it?
Yeah, we asked her what happened, and she said that her cabin was flooding and someone opened a window and she just flew out of it.
At least 27 folks from Camp Mystic remain missing, including Hadley Hanley, Eloise Peck, and Lila Bonner, all from Dallas. RV parks along the river were filled with people on vacation. They had no warning. A wall of water was coming their way.
We will be relentless in going after and ensuring that we locate every single person.
The emotion here over all of this is still very raw tonight. The scope of this damage has been hard for a lot of people to comprehend. And in many cases today, as we have traveled through this region, we see people who are standing here looking at it and just crying, unable to even talk about what has happened. Jason Allen, CBS News in Hunt, Texas. Well, given what we...
Whoa, Teresa! Just helped out with a generous dono to help with fuel and expenses. Thank you so much, Teresa. I appreciate that. Much love. Thank you.
We've seen in central Texas, it has many wondering whether or not the destruction and the loss of life could have been prevented at all. Over the last several weeks, we've told you that the Trump administration has been ramping up cuts to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, which includes the National Weather Service. Now, as a part of those DOGE cuts, thousands of meteorologists across the country were laid off, and over $1 billion were cut from NOAA's operation, research, and grants program. In Texas, the warning coordination meteorologist position at the National Weather Service in San Antonio, Texas, well, that position still has not been filled months since its vacancy. When asked today if the government should have done more to keep Texas residents safe, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem claimed that President Trump is currently upgrading the technology at the National Weather Service, though she did not provide any details.
What's in this one? Oh, we've already listened to that.
Tonight, with team coverage on the floods across central Texas that started yesterday. The worst began in Kerr County. Then today, Williamson, Burnett, parts of Travis counties, all slammed with flash flooding and heavy rainfall. Fox 7 Austin's Katie Pratt is in studio with the latest on the deaths and the ongoing search and rescues. Katie.
Mike, the death toll from this flash flooding is devastating and only continues to climb. The numbers are actively changing, but this is what we've been able to confirm at this hour. At least 43 people are dead, 15 of whom are children in Kerr County.
We know we get rains, we know the river rises, but nobody saw this coming.
Governor Greg Abbott addresses the widespread devastation at a press conference in Kerrville, one of the hardest hit areas just north of San Antonio, where the Guadalupe River rose more than 26 feet in 45 minutes.
In 36 hours, they have rescued or recovered more than 850 people, some clinging to trees to save their lives.
State and federal leaders giving us a glimpse into how catastrophic the flash flooding and heavy rainfall has been to central Texas in fewer than 2 days.
We have discovered some additional bodies at this time. We're trying to identify at this time. What I can tell you an update, there's 32 deceased. 18 of those are adults and 14 are children. 5 of the adults remain unidentified and 3 children remain unidentified. We are still working on that this time.
And that's only in Kerrville. Governor Abbott added a half dozen counties to the disaster declaration, including Burnett, Williamson, and Travis counties.
I've visited with the president already about this federal disaster declaration that the governor was going to sign here this morning, and he has indicated that he will honor that and that he will accept that.
A Marble Falls area volunteer firefighter Michael Phillips is missing after being snatched by the rushing waters. The Burnett County Office of Emergency Management confirmed 2 people are dead, 2 are missing, and they've done at least 50 swift water rescues. Lake Buchanan even saw boat docks floating away.
It's just, rescue after rescue.
In Travis County, rivers are swelling and blanketing roads, making them impassable. At least 4 bodies have been found, with more than a dozen people still missing. Lake Travis has risen more than 16 feet since Friday morning and is only expected to continue to grow, according to the Lower Colorado River Authority.
We've had people that were in the process of evacuating their homes that were swept away by floodwaters, and we've had homes and mobile homes that have been swept away by the floodwaters.
Chief Norman says Cow Creek is where they've gotten the most reports of vehicle rescues at low water crossings, with manufactured home rescues coming from the Sandy Creek area.
A lot of folks were sleeping, and they had no forewarning that this was going to happen, so they were caught off guard.
Then in Williamson County, rushing currents are seen forming as the water actively rises and pours onto the sidewalks outside of an apartment complex in Georgetown. There's evacuations underway in the western portion of the county along the San Gabriel River east of Georgetown. Swift water rescuers saving more than 24 people there. 16 people were evacuated by helicopter from Hope House in Liberty Hill with assistance from Fort Hood.
We ask for continued prayers as we continue our efforts to locate everybody who's been affected by this, and pray so much for the families who've lost a loved one, who are going through challenging times that they never imagined.
First responders are going non-stop right now trying to keep everyone safe. We're so thankful for all of the hours they're putting in to protect our communities. Reporting in studio, Katie Pratt, back to you.
Prayers for Texas, everybody. Prayers for Texas.
One of the hardest hit spots from the flooding, as Mike mentioned, is Camp Mystic. It's in Kerr County. Camp Mystic did not evacuate before the floods hit. Joining us now for tonight's big close-up is Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. Lieutenant Governor,
we're about 42 miles from Phoenix.
Tell me for a moment.
42 miles.
We still have outstanding campers that are missing. Have the families been contacted yet? Have you turned up any of these girls? I know these families are frantic. In fact, I know one. Raymond, let me paint a quick picture for you. There are about 15 camps along the Guadalupe that we were checking yesterday when this all began. And Camp Mystic was the one where we were not able to account for everyone. And now that number is 27. There were 750 campers in just that camp alone. There were several thousand along the river. And the gentleman named Delton, who's the city manager in Kerrville, said he was out jogging at 3:30 in the morning and there wasn't a drop of rain and the river was normal. By the time he showered and got dressed for the morning, suddenly the river rose, as Mike Tobin just said, about 26 to 30 feet in 45 minutes, with the power of a freight train running through what was a dry creek, just a rapid pace, destroying everything in its way. So one of the things that Camp Mystic did yesterday is they had the phone numbers of everyone that was at their camp. And so they called those that were missing. They didn't try to call the 750 and say, your daughters are safe. They called, which I thought was very smart, and they called the ones who were missing and said, we are searching for them. So we had a good idea very early of where we were. We surged 400 to 500 people in immediately. Helicopters, we had as many helicopters in the air as we could get safely with drones, because you get too many, you have another disaster in the air. The weather was overcast, even raining yesterday, part of the day, and they rescued, our brave swimmers rescued over 800 people yesterday, many of those by helicopter, but we still are missing 27.
Well, Lieutenant Governor, you have been in our prayers. Thank you for joining. It's always good to see you. Heavy rain on Friday morning caused the Guadalupe River to rise nearly 30 feet in 45 minutes. How wide is the search perimeter, and are enough resources being provided by the local, state, and federal government to assist in the search and rescue?
Yeah, Riley, we are prayer partners. So you know where my heart is, I know where your heart is, and everyone on the panel. This is the time you stand on your rock of faith. This is the time you're tested. We've surged now. There are close to 1,200 people working in shifts, doing everything possible. And the president has put...
Yes, the flood area is north of San Antonio, yes.
Full weight
way to the federal government to give us help. Christy Nunn, I talked to her earlier this morning. Of course, she came into Kerrville. And so we've gotten all the support we want. We have the best emergency management team in the world, I believe. We have pre-positioned some assets there to help us because we knew rain was coming, but you can never predict exactly where and what it was over about a 150-mile area the storm could have hit. And what happened at 5 o'clock in the morning or so yesterday was the worst possible storm in the worst possible place to the most vulnerable people. Adults in campsites and trailers not knowing what hit them, and these girls in these camps. There's a boys camp, girls camp, co-ed camp, but it was Camp Mystic. If I could tell you real quick, I just got a text before I came on air, and we're going to hear these stories more and more from parents.
I do believe this water does go through San Antonio.
Bringing their little girl who was spared home, and they asked her what happened. And I'm not using any name, but she said they were awakened, and the water was at the door. The camp counselor took a rock and smashed out the window. They climbed out the window in bare feet and nothing but a nightgown on, in neck-high water. They walked through the water. They got to another position where there was some dry land. Then they moved to another position. She said, I don't know how we made it. She had her name on the back of her clothes she was wearing, but she wasn't even in her own clothes at the time. And so these little girls and these camp counselors, you're going to hear heroic story after heroic story. These camp counselors are teenagers themselves for the most part. And they eventually got to higher ground where a helicopter came and rescued them. We have a story of a 27-year-old young man in one of the houses along the riverbank. He saved his mother, and I believe it was his aunt or grandmother, but he was swept away. There was heroism yesterday everywhere. And these camp counselors, again, 750 girls in this camp. And we have 27 missing, and we're not going to give up looking for them. We're not going to give up looking for them. And we're all in, and we're praying for these families.
Lieutenant Governor, you talk about the heroism of camp counselors and the girls, and it's absolutely true. And it's silver lining at best, I guess, but it does show what human beings are capable of. You've got every type of agency known to man there helping. The first responders are probably, I would imagine, in thousands or more. We spoke with the Coast Guard this morning. They said they were primarily helping from the air. With the flood still happening, are you able to get into the water with the search for these young girls?
Yeah, we have divers in the water, and it's still a fluid situation. You can see the water still running down quickly. When I was there all day yesterday, it was still moving pretty swiftly. So, you have so much debris you see above the water. It's unbelievable, the damage, but you also have debris under the water. So it's this, and I'm saying rescue and recovery. We're doing both. Yeah. If we find a child or adult alive, we're rescuing them. And if we find someone, a deceased individual, then we're going to recover them. So we're not giving up this rescue attempt. We're holding out for miracles that can still happen. I'm overwhelmed. I have 8 grandchildren, guys, and I talked to one of the parents of the missing children this morning who texted me, and all I can do is just say, I got to hug you when I see you. There are no words except, again, we stand on the rock of our faith, and we'll do everything in our power to find your child hopefully alive, and to find your child. And so these 27, and again, there were many visitors there. This was a 4th of July weekend. So, it's a town of 20,000 in the middle of kind of central Texas, in the hill country as we call it. But there were thousands of visitors. So we don't even know, in terms of people along the banks and the tents and the rental properties, we don't even know all of those people yet. But there was an entire family swept away. The soccer coach at the high school, his wife and himself, children. I know of another family, the entire family swept away. This is the hardest event I've ever been involved in 10 years as Lieutenant Governor. We've had a lot of tragedies, but anytime you have children involved,
We begin tonight. Our senior correspondent Mike Tobin is on the ground.
at $5. What? Oh. Thanks, Oscar. Just got that, brother. Absolutely. If you guys want to put a prayer request in at your church, ask them to pray for Texas. Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. My shocks, they're pretty old. I got brand new ones in my storage. I just got to put them on. No, my shocks, I mean, they're not the best, but they're not as bad as they could be.
flooding. Anybody out there?
I do have to top off the truck here in a little bit. Started taking fuel out of our main tank.
say 237 people have been rescued so far, about 167 of those by helicopter. Names of those deceased have not been provided at this point in time. We know about several children's camps directly hit, and unfortunately a nightmare scenario. Some children still missing, but officials did not provide specific details about how many children are missing or if any are among those killed. During the press conference, state and local officials were making a case that this was somewhat unpredictable, that none of their weather forecasts called for the amount of rain and flooding that we're seeing. The Guadalupe River rising about 26 feet in less than an hour, according to Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. State emergency operations had briefings on Thursday, so before any of the...
Wait, where's the QT? What's the QT? You said cheapest diesel is at the QT in Phoenix? What's the QT? I still got to get some diesel, guys.
It's happened about potential severe weather in the area. They say the National Weather Service only called for about 3 to 6 inches of rain, but that was enough where state officials say they had some emergency response teams on standby, and they were immediately activated once the flooding took place, specifically swift water rescue teams. They arrived at noon yesterday. We're just learning about that now during the press conference. And
okay, I'm going to look for a quick trip.
Explain how quickly the flooding happened. Officials say one of the first responder vehicles
Thank you, guys.
was washed away as the flooding hit. State officials saying even first responders were caught off guard.
We'll stop at nothing to ensure that every asset and person is going to be, and there will be hard days
is of the essence, because they're still calling this a search and rescue mission. Again, as Casey Stiegel was pointing out, that word rescue, very crucial, because they believe that there is still hope, that there are people who are survivors who could be rescued. They say they're going to work around the clock until everyone has been either picked up or identified. To give you a breakdown of how far this search area goes, officials during a press conference were saying that it extends 30 miles west of Kerrville. So that gives you an idea of how far this water was rushing and how far some people potentially could have been swept away.
Alright, I passed one QT sign, but it was too late.
And joining us now from the U.S. Coast Guard Air Station in Corpus Christi is Lieutenant Ian Hopper, AMT-3 Seth Reeves, Lieutenant Blair Abujafor, and AST-3 Scott Ruskin. Thank you all so much for joining us and for helping out in this mission to find these 23 young little girls and the families who are also impacted by the storm. So, Lieutenant Hopper, I'll start with you. How is the Coast Guard responding to this flood in Texas right now?
Morning. Yeah. So primarily we're using our helicopter assets. So the MH-65 Echo
QT,
is
I found one.
primarily a maritime search and rescue asset. So we're used to going offshore, but right now we're using it for inland search and rescue. So operating using our hoist capability, or just landing and picking people up and transiting them in the MH-65 development.
So I don't know who's best to answer this question, but you all figure that out. You know, obviously you look at the video, you see these incredible floodwaters, you see the incredible efforts to rescue people, and hundreds of people have been rescued. What are the additional complications that you all have to deal with?
We just drove like 700 miles. I'm getting my first thing of fuel.
Civilians who want to help out, but you don't want to.
I think, no. 550, 600 miles, somewhere there. Damn, it's hot as hell out here. Not too bad. 347 for diesel. Let's go. 347 for diesel, guys. Let's go. I love QT. I paid for something in Bakersfield, California. Oh, where's the diesel at though? Out of service. Oh, there we go.
And then you can get the government agencies out there and try to help out as fast as you can. And we can triage from there and get the safety. The most important thing is staying out of the river. It's super dangerous.
All right, we're gonna pause that. Put this on selfie mode. You guys can see Ruger Boy get all excited. He just woke up because he wakes up every time we pull somewhere. And let me start pumping some gas, guys. Be real quick. I say gas, but it's really diesel.